may proceed. The witness has been sworn.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Would you kindly introduce yourself to the court?
I am Detective Tatiana Blanco from the San Antonio Police Department.
Okay, Detective Blanco. Now let's talk about the name first and foremost. Right? I think on our reports you will be showing as Tatiana Gossett.
That's correct. My last name changed.
That's right. Now it's Blanco. So
Correct.
just for purposes of clarity. Okay, Detective. Where are you currently employed?
With the San Antonio Police Department.
And what unit are you assigned to?
Homicide.
How long have you been a peace officer?
About 8 years.
So safe to say that in 2023, February, you were employed with the San Antonio Police Department as a peace officer.
Yes, as a detective in homicide.
That's right. So you were still in the same homicide unit at that time.
Correct.
During the course of your training and experience, Detective Blanco, have you had occasion to respond to a lot of scenes and crimes involving death?
Yes,
And would you say you've done that on many or a few occasions?
many occasions.
On February 24th of 2023, did you have such an occasion to go out to a scene out on Depla Street where a death may have resulted?
Yes.
And how is it that San Antonio Police Department homicide unit became involved in that investigation?
Anytime there's a death reported in San Antonio that's not natural causes, the homicide unit does respond.
And did you respond that day
I did.
for that purpose?
I did.
Okay. Can you tell us, Detective Gossett, what you observed or what you did when you first arrived on that scene on Depla Street?
At first, my responsibilities were to support ACS in their investigation, but then later it was determined that we would be handling the investigation.
And who makes that determination?
My leadership does.
Okay, so the leadership determined that homicide unit would be involved in the investigation
Correct.
and that it would be you continuing it.
Correct.
Okay. As part of that investigation, did you have the opportunity to talk to the two individuals who were suspected to be the owners of the dogs involved in the death?
Yes, I did.
Were you able to identify their names?
Yes, I was.
And what were their names?
Abilene Schneider and Christian Moreno.
Are they present in the courtroom today?
They are.
And could you describe them by something they might be wearing?
Abilene is wearing a green shirt and Christian is wearing a pink shirt.
Judge, may the record reflect the witness identified the defendants?
The record also reflects.
Now, Detective Blanco, as part of your duties as a homicide investigator, is it standard practice to interview the suspects involved in a crime?
Yes, it is.
Did you do so in this case?
Yes, I did.
And as a detective with the San Antonio Police Department, are you issued a body-worn camera?
I am.
Was that body-worn camera on and operational?
It was.
Was it able to record any interactions that you had with either Abilene Schneider or Christian Moreno on that day?
Yes, it did.
Now, Detective, I believe that you had occasion to talk to Abilene Schneider at least twice during the course of the investigation.
Correct.
One time would be that February 24th, 2023 day after the incident by the fence line.
Correct.
And at that time, she was not under arrest.
Correct.
In fact, I think she was like inside of her own property talking to you over that small chain link fence.
Yes, that's correct.
And then the second time was after she was arrested, and that was a more formal custodial interview taking place at the public safety headquarters?
Yes,
Okay. And at that time, was she read her Miranda rights?
she was.
Did she waive those rights and continue to talk to you?
Yes, she did.
And did you talk to her?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as far as Christian Moreno is concerned, I believe you spoke to him only once, and that was that day on February 24th at the fence line.
That's correct.
And in a similar situation, at that time, Christian Moreno was not under arrest.
Correct.
It was not a custodial interrogation.
That's correct.
And he was on his property, not in handcuffs or anything like that.
Yes.
Okay. Right, so before we get to that, what sort of duties did you perform on Depla Street as part of that investigation, aside from talking to the two suspects?
I also spoke with witnesses and attempted to collect any type of video evidence or any other witness evidence that there might be.
And were you able to do that?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall the names of some of the witnesses you spoke to?
Not off of the top of my head, but I might be able to if I had my report in front of me.
Fair enough. Do you think it would help to refresh recollection?
It would.
May I approach the witness, Ron? Detective, let me show you what has been marked for identification purposes as States 59. Would you kindly take a look at States 59 and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is my report in this case.
Okay, please use it to refresh your recollection. Don't read out loud from it. All right, Detective, so I believe the question was, what were some of the witnesses that you were able to contact that day on death?
I spoke to Belinda Rodriguez and Sylvia Avila, who are neighbors of the defendants.
What were some of your other duties that day on Deborah?
Mainly to, like I said, support ACS in their investigation.
During the course of an investigation such as this, is it customary, for example, for a CSI unit or a uniform evidence detective to come out, take photographs, photograph any injury, things of that nature?
Yes, it is.
And was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
Okay, let me direct your attention back to the interviews of the defendants in this case. You told us those were recorded.
Yes, they were.
Have you had an opportunity to review those recordings since?
Yes, I have.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Detective, let me show you what has been marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit number 60. Can you take a look at this and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, this is one of the videos of the interviews I reviewed.
And does this CD contain both interviews of Abilene Schneider and Christian Moreno at the fence line, as well as Abilene Schneider's interview at Public Safety Headquarters?
Yes, it does.
How do you know this is the same video that you and I watched?
Because that is my initials.
Perfect. Has it been changed or altered in any way to your knowledge?
No.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of the interviews as you recall them happening?
Yes, it is.
At this time, Judge, the State would offer State 60 into evidence, tendering to opposing counsel for inspection.
Judge, I have a question for the detective.
Okay.
Detective, do you know the date of the interview?
I believe it was the first of, I'm sorry, you're talking about the date of the actual interview, not the date on the CD. The date of the initial fence line interview that was talked about was the date of the incident on the 24th. The date of the interview with Ms. Schneider would have been March 1st. So the date on the CD is the date that I reviewed it and
both are
initialed
on
it.
this one CD?
I believe so, yes.
I have no objection, Judge.
Objection from Mr. Moreno?
Oh, no objections, Your Honor.
State 60 is admitted?
And permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yes.
What I would like to do, Detective, if we may, is to kind of jump into those interviews and discuss some of the things that were discussed in turn during the events as they unfolded, okay? So let's start with the interviews at the fence line on States 60.
We gotta do our job. We gotta investigate this for you. I see the cameras.
Let me pause there for purposes of the record on State 60. Time on the video, according to the Axon body camera, is 1600 hours, 31 minutes, 55 seconds. What are we looking at, Detective?
So the gentleman on the left of the screen is my sergeant at the time, Sergeant Villanueva. He's a sergeant at the homicide unit. In the black is Christian Moreno, and in the red jacket is Abilene Schneider. They're standing inside of their property in the front yard where the dogs were to have been tethered.
Okay, now, the sergeant that is with you, he was assigned to the homicide unit,
Yes,
and he's assisting in the conduction of this interview.
correct.
Okay, and you told us that this man in the center of the screen in black was Christian Moreno,
Yes,
and then the lady in the red with the white tennis shoes is Abilene Smart.
Correct.
Okay, what is this item that appears to be here in the center of the screen near the bottom?
A kennel.
Okay. Now, at this time, were the dogs still on the property?
I believe they had already been removed by ACS at this point.
Okay. And the video will resume for the record.
Let's say they did work, do you have the system that saves the video in the house, or do you? Nothing's
Let me pause there and discuss some of the things we just watched. What is the sergeant inquiring about? Something to do with cameras?
So there were security cameras attached to the front of the house, but the owners, Abilene and Christian, claimed that they did not record and had stopped recording in December because they did not have power to the house and were using the neighbor's power through an extension cord to their house.
Were you able to learn through this interview how long they had been without power at the house?
So approximately 2 months from December.
So approximately 2 months without power at the house. Okay. So hence those cameras would not have been operational.
Correct.
Because, like I said, I mean, obviously you guys aren't here. It's the dogs getting out, and we just want to show that because, the last thing we want is for someone to say, well, they were there and they let the dog out.
I know they have cameras.
Do they? Yeah.
That's what
Do
we.
they have cameras close to the street?
Yeah.
You all over? Well, I'm more concerned about this area here because this is where the dog park is. That's really what I'm more concerned about. Because, we want to make sure that we cover all the bases. And like I said, I don't want you guys to later on to get accused of knowing and letting the dogs out. I mean, obviously, you guys weren't here, but I want to eliminate that in the video at all. You said you know these people across the street? Y'all know them?
Let me go ahead and pause and jump ahead so we don't have to keep watching until we get to the interview.
It's like live feed.
Or
We don't know.
what we're saying, things happen. Your word.
She's like, no. You have to contact her, sir, because I heard she's smaller. So she's still down there. She's gonna go grab her.
Okay, so I'm playing the third video on stage 60. Same day. Let's pause. Let's make sure it's the same day, 2/24/23. And we see that the time is 1600 hours, 7 minutes, 39 seconds. So it's a little bit earlier than the video that we just watched. They were slightly out of order, but it's perfectly fine.
So obviously the ones after.
All right, so I'm going to resume the video at 1600 hours, 8 minutes, and 13 seconds.
First of all, did any of your cameras pick up anything? There's no power. Okay. So were you here when all this, when the weekend, or were you? Yeah. Okay. Have you had issues with the dogs before? Okay, what happened with that?
Let me pause there at 1600 hours, 8 minutes and 48 seconds. Were you able to learn if Christian Moreno had any prior knowledge of these dogs having bitten someone at that time?
Yes, he said they had bitten the neighbor behind in the past.
Okay.
Both of them or just one?
No, both.
Both of them, because they one person?
And then they took him, ACS took him, they got him euthanized, and then that was when it really just went over top. Those 3 dogs, the one I was tied on the back, both gray ones, they're brothers. They're having since they're puppies.
Yeah.
And once they got euthanized, I was arrested for this one, this charge, and they went at each other bad, so where, I mean, it was ugly.
The dogs went at each other?
Yes.
Okay.
Detective, at 1600 hours, 9 minutes, 19 seconds, has Christian Moreno said anything about the dogs being violent towards each other?
Yes, on a separate incident from the bite on a human, there was another attack on each other.
And ever since then, it's just been,
So was one dog euthanized?
no, the white one and one of the gray ones. Because they were the two that bit somebody.
Okay, so then which dogs were the ones that were here today?
The white one and the gray one. And then there's another gray and white one. That's the one that was in the back.
How many total do you have
3. 3 big ones and then 4 puppies inside the ages of.
of all of the same litter?
Yes.
So,
Actually, when the puppies, the white one, she's another. And she had bitten them. She was actually just having them. They were only like 6 weeks old.
okay.
So that's when that happened.
Okay, how long ago was that?
That was 2 weeks ago.
2 weeks ago. Okay. The white one, the mother, what's her name?
Snow?
Snow? Okay. So she was put down by ACS?
No, she was euthanized. Or not euthanized, fixed.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And ever since that, it's just.
Sterilized.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So let's clarify that fact. Christian Moreno kept saying that the dogs had been euthanized. Was there ever a clarification as to what he meant by that word?
Yes, I clarified that he meant sterilized, not euthanized.
That's right, because the dogs were obviously not dead if they were there.
Correct.
Okay.
I was confused there for a minute.
Yeah, my bad.
It's okay. I know this is a stressful situation. So Snow was sterilized, and which other one was?
King was the small gray one.
Is all right.
Yeah.
What's that say?
King? Yeah.
Okay, and then you have how many puppies? 4 puppies. And then the 2 that were out here today, which ones are those?
It was Snow and King.
That's Snow and King, the ones that bit somebody else. Okay, who are the 2 others?
There's only one legend.
One of us.
That's the gray one.
Very well. And he hasn't had any
No,
issues?
nothing at all.
Okay. Who did they bite before? The last time?
The neighbor in the back,
Uh-huh.
not behind us directly, but the one to the left of us.
Okay.
They did that.
So catty corner, not this neighbor,
Yeah, so directly behind me, actually.
but behind them. Okay. Did they get out of the yard?
Yes, they knocked down the gate in the back.
Okay.
The gray one just jumps the fence like nothing.
Okay.
So that was, that's why I have him tied up.
Let's pause there, Detective, at 1600 hours, 11 minutes, 27 seconds. Has Christian Moreno showed any knowledge that the dogs can get out of the property?
Yes, he has.
And what ways has he described, I believe it was 2, that they can get out?
Going through defects in the fence and over the fence.
Over the fence. Did he say in fact that the gray one can get over the fence like it's nothing?
Yes.
Resuming the video.
The tire, actually, that's Snow. I have her tied up on the chain with the tire. She got off of her body harness because ACS had told me about his body harness
Yeah.
to keep him
Restrained
yeah,
instead of the collar.
Let me pause there. Where does he describe the white dog, Snow, to be tied up?
So on the left side of the video, you can see like a black tire. That's what he's indicating, that she was tied up to that tire.
So let me point to what I think you're describing here on the left side of the screen, Detective. We
Yeah.
see a black object. Is that the tire?
And that's the tire.
And is that where Christian Moreno was stating Snow had been tied up to?
Yes.
Okay. Did he say something about a body harness?
Yes, he said ACS instructed them to use body harnesses rather than collars.
Okay, so let's resume.
And she came off her collar and King came off his harness too.
Today.
Yes, and Legend was still back to her.
Okay. Oh, excuse me, 1 moment. That's 1 second. 1 second.
this is going to become relevant in a second. Where does he say the physical location of each dog was in relation to the property?
So the white dog Snow, he says, was in the front. King and Legend, the two gray dogs who are brothers, were in the back.
Okay, so just so we're 100% clear. Snow, front yard. Legend, King, backyard.
Correct.
Okay.
Kids at a friend's house, and then came into the store, and on the way back, I saw firefighter. I saw the lights honestly, and I was like, "What the hell?" And I see a firefighter with an axe in his hand,
Yeah,
and the first thing on the ground, I saw the dog, so I immediately jumped out the car, just grabbed them both.
sure.
Because I don't need anybody getting hurt. Obviously somebody did, but
Yeah.
I wouldn't want that on anybody.
Yeah. So, when you left, did you personally restrain the dogs, or have they already been restrained? Okay, who tied them up?
I did.
You did?
Yeah.
Do you remember what time?
It's been like 4 days.
Okay, so
They're constantly on it.
okay.
Yeah, I'm trying to let them loose so they don't get
So, Snow is on that tire with a harness and a tether of some sort? Okay, so what came loose on her?
It was her collar.
Okay,
She didn't have a body harness yet. I didn't know if getting hurt. It was,
so she was on a collar, and
Yeah.
the whole collar came off? Is
Yes.
the collar still attached over there?
I could check.
Okay.
Let's pause there at 1600 hours, 13 minutes, 29 seconds, detective. Now, it seemed initially that Christian Moreno was saying Snow was tied up with a harness that ACS instructed them to get, but now he's saying that it was a collar. Okay. And then you asked him to take you over to the tire and show you where. Fair to say?
Correct.
He's now holding up something. Is that presumably what Snow is attached to?
That's what he's indicating, yes.
As you looked around the vicinity, could you observe any body harness or collar anywhere in the vicinity?
Not at all.
Was there anything attached to that tethering device, rope, whatever that is?
No.
What about King? He was in the back of Legend.
Yes.
Okay. And how was he tied up?
He's tied up to a body harness.
He has a body
Yeah,
harness.
and it honestly looks like he just slipped right out. I had as tight as I could get it.
Yeah.
So where he was even choking him a little bit. But I don't want to take no chances, so I left like that.
Sure. And then how do you secure your gate?
So when I do,
Okay.
I close, and I have something. There's a U-bracket that falls under there.
Okay.
That goes in. And then this,
Into those holes.
this right here, and then this goes through here. So they can't. There you go.
Gotcha. Okay. Where's the U-bracket right now?
That is a very good question. But yeah, I do have it. That's relevant.
Let's pause there at 1600 hours, 14 minutes, and 23 seconds. Detective, why were you inquiring as to how Christian Moreno secures his gate?
So in one of the witness videos, I was able to see that they were able to get in and out of that specific spot very easily. So I asked how the gate was secured.
Did Christian Moreno say something about a U-bracket? Can you explain that?
Yes, so there are two holes in the ground directly in front of where the gates would close at the joint, and a U-bracket would attach both of the fronts of the gate to the ground in that spot. However, there was no U-bracket.
Christian Moreno claimed that there was one before they left, however.
Correct.
Could you see any U-brackets in the vicinity to your knowledge?
No.
Okay, so let's jump ahead now to Ms. Schneider at 1600 hours, 18 minutes, and approximately 18 seconds.
And if we can see that.
Not close enough. Before I play, detective, is it standard operating procedure or practice of the San Antonio Police Department when conducting interviews to sort of separate witnesses before they're talked to.
Yes, it is.
Why is that done?
To maintain the integrity of their statements so they cannot coordinate statements prior to giving one.
Okay.
Do you have my name? I know I got a license. What's your last name?
I'm SCHNIEBER. Abby, ABIOEN. 1892.
The phone number for you?
210-420-089.
What's your ID?
4448-0316.
Yeah.
You should have done it for anything. You might want to, let's ask Sarge because they might want it for Deanna. Okay, so what happened today?
We were coming back to drop my kids off. We stopped at the gas station. We were coming down the street, and my husband and I saw the fire department on the ambulance. And I had said, I was like, babe, look, there's an ambulance, there's a fire department. And he was like, oh, it looks like it's in front of Miss Angie's house. And I was like, no, it's our house.
Yeah.
And when we got closer, I saw the guy on the floor, and I saw the fire department, or one of the firefighters with the axe swinging it. And I already knew it was a dog. So I immediately jumped out of the car, and then I saw the dogs in here, and I told the guy, I got him. And then my husband stopped, got off. He jumped the fence, and I told the dogs to get back. And firefighter was like, can you keep the dogs away? And I was like, yes. I was like, fine. And he took them inside, and then that's when I saw the guy on the ground. And that's when I saw the baby.
Yeah. What kind of problems have you been having with the dogs?
Well, we didn't have these kind of problems until we got back from ACS. Snowy and King had got out, and the two, and they had, I guess somebody was trying to grab them. I don't know the whole story. It was the lady in the back of the but they wound up stabbing King, and Snow and him went in. ACS took him,
But one of the people over there stabbed the dog?
yeah, because one of them bit him, and it was on that street though. It was like a few weeks back. So ACS came and picked him up, and I was like, you can go ahead and take him. And I talked to ACS, and they said the only way you can get them out is if you get them neutered. And I was like, okay, well, and my kids love their dogs, so I'll get them neutered. I was like, it's gonna help the problem and keep them from, being aggressive or anything. I was like, I'll do it. So I did, and then when we brought him home, I started noticing that King was being a little more over-aggressive with his brother, Legend, and he was never like that. So I had told Chris, I was like, babe, I think something's wrong with King. I was like, he's a little more aggressive towards his brother. But we usually keep them tied up in the back, separated, because, they play rough, but they're not as rough like they are now. And whenever Christian, he had went to jail, I had came home with the kids, and I saw that they were fighting real bad in the back, like super, super bad. Like I thought they were gonna kill each other, to be honest. So when I talked to my husband when he called, I was like, babe, I'm gonna call ACS and come pick them up. I was like, cause I can't get them to stop. I was like, they're fighting a lot right now. And
Let's pause there and kind of break down a little bit of what we heard, Detective. Okay, so when you first asked Abilene Snyder what sort of issues she had had with the dogs, was she aware of an incident involving a bite out back behind the house?
Yes, she was.
Did she try to justify that bite, saying that someone was trying to take the dogs or had stabbed the dogs?
She did say that someone had stabbed one of the dogs.
Okay. What about knowledge of ACS taking custody of the dogs after that bite? Did she have that?
Yes, she did.
And then she claims that when they came back from ACS custody, they were showing unprecedented aggression, right?
Yes.
She described it as a little fight initially, but now she's saying it was very serious.
Correct.
and that she knew she could call ACS to come pick them up, and that's something they would do.
Yes.
And let's keep playing.
And Legend's face is messed up, King's face is messed up. So he was like, okay, babe, so they stay separated, my kids separated them again. We tied them further apart, away from each other, and I waited for this one to get out. Well, this just happened like last week. So then, that's just what I just started noticing little things like that.
And that's important. When did you say that that bad fight between King and Legend happened?
While Christian was still in jail.
Did you say about a week before?
Yes.
And a week before this incident where someone died?
Correct.
Okay.
I told him, I was like, I don't think it's good that we keep the dogs because it's not, I don't think it's real safe. I was like, because I have kids, like I said, I have 4. Right. And the dogs are real good with my kids and with us, but like I never wanted Miss Andy or anybody to get hurt. Like that was never intentions. Yeah. So, I mean, and me and Chris, we listened to everything ACS told us. They told us, you know, if you're having any issues with them getting out, you put body harnesses on them, and you know, it's harder for them to get out of that. So we bought them body harnesses, we bought them bigger chains, like we did everything we needed so that they could.
Let's pause again. Once again, did Abilene Snyder appear to have knowledge of things that she could do to try to keep these dogs restrained?
Yes, she did.
And she in fact said that they had purchased body harnesses and better chains, etc.
Yes.
Was there any evidence of that?
No.
Okay. So let's switch now to the final video. And that is not right. Apologies, Judge, 1 second. It appears State 60's third video is earlier when Detective Tatiana had arrived at the scene. It does not include the actual interview, but I do have that in another CPU, Judge. My apologies.
Okay. Please mark it.
Let me mark that States. Is it 96, Ms. Guthrie?
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
All right, Detective, this one won't have your initials, but hopefully you recall me playing it for you in my office on account of the title.
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is the one we watched, even though I didn't have you initially.
Correct.
Okay, fair and accurate depiction of everything it shows.
Correct.
All right. Tendering 96 to Defense Counsel for inspection and State Officer State 96.
This is the March 1st interview.
It should be, yes, sir.
No objection. That's-
No objection, Your Honor.
States 96 is that
Permission to publish, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge. All right, let's jump to States 96. Detective.
Hello.
Okay. Detective Blanco, can you tell us what we're looking at on the screen on States 96?
So this is a recording from inside of the homicide office in an interview room.
Okay. Who is that lady that we see sitting in the chair in the middle?
That is Abilene Schneider. She's just been arrested in this
Yeah.
case.
And the lady that just walked in?
That's me.
Okay.
I'm Detective Gossett. We met before, okay? I'm just going to read you your rights since you're under arrest right now, and we'll go from there, okay? Before you ask any questions, it's my duty as a police officer to advise you of your rights and the warning of the consequences of waiving these rights. You have the right to remain silent. You do not have to make any statement oral or written to anyone. Any statement that you make will be used in evidence against you in a court of law at your trial. You have a right to have a lawyer present to advise you before and during any questioning by police officers or attorneys representing the state. You may have your own lawyer present, or if you're unable to employ a lawyer, the court will appoint a lawyer for you free of charge now or at any other time. If you decide to talk with anyone, you can, and you can stop talking to them at any time you want. The above rights are continuing rights which can be earned by you at any stage of the proceedings. Do you understand these rights? Okay. So, tell me about what's been going on with these dogs in this whole situation.
So let me pause right there, Detective. Is that the Miranda warning that you and I discussed earlier?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, when I make references to the video, I'm going to be using the clock that is a little hard to see on this screen, but at the very bottom, that reads 1300 hours, 21 minutes, 1 second, which is where we're paused now. Can you read the date for us?
That's March 1st, 2023.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and hit play.
They're just like puppies, they were dogs. Like, what is there to say? Like, we never trained them to the game. We never hit them. We never showed them any kind of aggression. Nothing. Like, our neighbors, Andy can tell you, like, every other neighbor around there is going to say negative because they don't like us. If you look at those police reports, every police report to our house is either from the lady in front of us or the lady on the side of us because we don't get along with them. But all those police reports and not one arrest because we don't do nothing. It's just nonsense and bull crap.
Let's pause there. 1300 hours, 21 minutes, and 40 seconds. Detective, does Abilene Schneider appear to be aware that her neighbors call law enforcement on them a lot?
Yes,
Does she justify by saying that simply they just don't like them?
correct.
Okay.
Dogs. The dogs, before anything, they had to have a game now. They did. But that's when we started like, okay, we need to stop getting these dogs out because the neighbors are complaining, they keep calling the cops. Let's put them, like, let's make sure that they're not getting out. So we started fixing the gate. We fixed it, we did everything, we made sure there was no holes in it. We did everything. Like, we never left our gates open. Every time we left, we had our gates closed, locked. There was not one time anybody could say that they went to my house and the gate was open. Like, we never wanted anything like this ever happen.
Yeah, I know one does.
And it's like, if y'all are gonna ask any questions, anybody, ask Miss Angie. She's an older lady, she'll tell you. And she'll tell you the truth. She has nothing to hide from you. Like, she even said yesterday, we were talking yesterday, and she was like, yeah, she was, I don't know what got into your dog. She said, because there were times that even the dogs, before we started harnessing them and doing all that, they would go and they would sit in front of her door. And she would open the door in the morning, she'd be like, oh, time for you to go home. And they would go home. They never attacked her. They never attacked her son, her grandson. Nothing. Nothing in that matter. Nothing at all. So it's not like they were aggressive. They were puppies when I got them. Even Snow.
Yeah.
And then Snow, honestly, Mom, let me tell you, the bite in January, I think I know why that happened.
Why is that?
Because there was a time that me and Christian, the dogs had got out, and we didn't find them for a few days, right? And we went to Family Dollar that night, and we saw our dogs running, and there was 3 cars trying to block them in, right? And one guy had a leash, and he was trying to put Legend, the other dog, on it. But they kept running around like they were trying to run away. And my husband was being called in. So when we pulled into the driveway, I was like, hey, Legend! And they immediately ran to our car and got in. And the guys were like, damn, bro, those are some badass dogs. And my husband was like, yeah, and I'm gonna keep my badass dogs.
All right. let's talk about that, Detective. Pausing the video at 1300 hours, 23 minutes, 48 seconds. Defendant Snyder claims that these dogs were never aggressive. Fair to say? She says that she knows why the January bite incident happened, because they were trying to steal those dogs, right?
Correct.
So she's kind of justifying that.
Yes.
All right, let's keep playing.
Trying to take them. Personally, in my opinion, I don't know, I wasn't there, but Snow, whenever we got the puppies, she was already older. She was already like a year. So she took the puppies in of her own.
So you started with just Snow?
Yeah, oh no. When we first moved in, we had Queen, and then we got Snow. The lady on the right of us that was talking on the news, she poisoned Queen.
How do you know that?
We have it on camera. She,
What is Adeline Snyder talking to you about now, Detective?
She said that a neighbor had poisoned another dog that they had.
And did she state that they had proof of that?
Yes, she said they have camera footage.
Was that ever presented to you?
No.
was throwing pieces of like hot dogs and stuff over, and Queen was eating it, and then she went under the carport and she died. So we had that on camera. We have that on camera. That was when the cameras were working. So when Queen was like, she was like rated 3 or 4. Then we got Snow. The man in front of us made a report that the dogs were in the yard when they attacked him. That wasn't true. I have that video. That video, he's in the street. And at that time, my husband, we had another vehicle, a Tahoe, so the gate stayed open. We couldn't close it, but they never got out. But that day they did. If that one was like, that one was our fault because my husband parked the car right there where the gate couldn't get closed. So when they got out, they didn't fight him. What happened was he was like happy. I have the video, I can show you what happened. Hey, and that they're like kind of running at him. Even the officer that took the report was like, it doesn't look like a bite. It looked like where they jumped on him. Like they.
Let's pause there. What is Adeline Snyder describing now?
She's describing another bite incident of the neighbor across the street.
The neighbor across the street. I'm sorry, Detective. Were you able to learn the name of that individual at any point in the investigation?
Yes, but I don't remember it.
For sake of brevity, if I were to say David Avila, would that sound
Yes,
familiar?
Sylvia's son, yes.
Okay. And was he one of the people involved in one of the prior dog bites?
Yes, he was.
Okay, so again, she's aware of a second dog bite involving her dogs, and she's downplaying it again,
Correct.
saying that the man was clapping his hands,
Correct.
and that's what drew the dogs over there.
Yes.
And that they didn't really bite him, it was just a scratch.
Yes.
Their nail scratched him. That's what it looked like. So when I showed the police officer the video of that off my ring, he was like, it looks like he's calling the dogs.
And of course, let's pause again at 13:25:25. Once again, claiming to have a video of the incident.
Yes.
Was that ever presented?
No.
And then he told the officer, I was fearing for my life, but if you were fearing for your life, when you went into your gate, why didn't you close your gate right behind him? And he closed his gate, but then he came, and the dogs were still in the street, he came back out, and he started calling Chris. He's like, Chris! Like trying to get Chris's attention. And the dogs are right there, and he's like, hey, and he's doing that number. And you were fearing for your life for those dogs. If you were in your gate, why did you stay in your gate? Why did you come back out? You know, the lady in front of us really doesn't like this at all. At all. She has a very big, she does not like this, but because we don't take her shit, I'll be honest with you. Everything she says to us, we're like, oh, we don't care. We can park in the street. We can park on the side of the street because it's public. All those calls that are made to the cops from her are because of bullshit like that. Because my son's riding his skateboard around and she doesn't want him to ride on her sidewalk. You know, it's shit like that. So, besides the point, my dogs were never aggressive. They never did shit like that. They never, ever did shit. That, in January, that bite, I believe it was because that, like I said, I can't say no, I wasn't there, but I think they were trying to mess with King. And that's when, but she thought they were her puppies. She really did. She tried to breastfeed and she didn't have milk. Like she wasn't
Okay, so you had Queen and Snow, Queen died, and then you had Snow.
And then we had 2 puppies, yes.
Okay, King and Legend were at the time were puppies.
Yes, they were 5 weeks.
Oh, okay. And then she had puppies from one of them.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, I'm tracking. So, when did they start showing signs of being this aggressive?
Not even that aggressive. It was just signs, but that was until after, honestly, 3, 4, maybe a week, top weeks before that accident.
Okay.
And it wasn't aggressive that bad. Like,
Let's pause there. So now she's describing the event that she was telling us about back on the fence line a week before the event. And if I'm remembering correctly, Detective, it was the event that both Christian Moreno and her at that time described as a very bad fight, blood was drawn. What's she saying about that event now?
That it wasn't very aggressive at all.
So let's keep
Excuse
playing.
me.
it was never like that. It was more like him was his brother. Because when we started noticing was King was the alpha dog. So when King came back from having his, from being neutered, I guess Legend saw that. Because as soon as we brought King back into the house, Legend was in the house with us. And right away they went to each other and Legend put his head down. Like he showed him like, okay, you're the alpha dog. King even had like to the point that he would sit on the couch and he didn't want Legend on the couch, he would just look at him and Legend would move. He was the alpha dog. So I'm assuming Legend saw that King didn't have his nuts no more, honestly. And so he's like, I'm not gonna take your word, I'm not gonna be scared of you. And then being older now, because they weren't puppies when we got the spayed. They just got spayed, not even a month and a half ago. Just got spayed. So they were outside when it was when Christian got locked up. Christian got locked up because of a warrant. I had just gotten out because I had a warrant. It just got out. I went home with the kids and it was cold. It was really cold. And I was like, guys, let's go get the dogs and bring them inside because it's too cold outside for them. We were going outside to go get them and my kids went first and they're like, Mom, King and Legend are fighting. But that was because their lines were closer together. They weren't as far. So because we saw that they would go under the truck and they would hug each other. They were like that. If they were in the rooms cold, they would hug each other. They would stuff like that. And then we fed them in the middle, stuff like that. So, but when this fight happened, and the man behind me has the recording because his kid was out there recording. It was bad. It was an ugly fight. It was a fight I've never seen them do.
So now, Detective, I think we're still describing the same incident, but now she's saying that it was a really bad fight.
Correct. She's been inconsistent about the severity.
Okay, so let's keep playing.
We're really bleeding and making each other bleed.
Yeah.
But it was more of like King was attacking Legend. Legend wasn't really fighting, he was more like defending fighting.
Right.
So King was just like, and this happened maybe, I want to say a week before this accident. And I told Christian, whenever he called me, I was like, babe, the dogs got into a room. And then before that, my kids were trying to break them up. I was like, don't touch them, you can't touch them. Dad always says if they ever fight, you need to put water on their faces.
So let's pause there at 13:29:52. Earlier she said that these dogs are never aggressive. But now she's saying that they have a protocol that if they do fight, pour water on them to pull them apart. Don't get in there. Right?
Correct.
Is that consistent?
No.
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
And I think we can jump ahead 4 minutes until you return into the room, Detective.
So both her puppies, she was inside with them.
I jumped ahead.
So the dogs were fighting, the kids let you know about it.
Yeah, and I went out there. It was, like I said, it was raining, it was cold. So my kids go, I'm gonna get the water hose. And so they start spraying them down. They finally let go of each other. Well, King let go of Legend. Legend was more like I said, defending himself. Well, that's when I got King, and I put him inside my restroom, and we got Legend and put him in the other restroom. Because one, we didn't want him outside till it was cold, and two, we couldn't have them together, because that obviously happened.
Yeah.
So Snow was inside with her puppies, the two boys were in the restroom. And then that was that incident. Then Chris got out, a few days passed, And then Miss Angie, we were outside working, and Miss Angie was outside breaking up her leaves and everything. And the boys were tied up in the back. We always have them tied up in the back. Always, that's their home, in the backyard. And so, and Snow, we were letting her walk around, because we were out there.
Yeah.
And we were all cleaning up, and Miss Angie was raking her leaves. And her son had came out, and he goes, "Watch your mom." And then when she turned around, Snow had kind of like jumped on the gate. And that's the thing, Snow was never like that with Angie. Snow was she would bark a lot. Yeah, she would, because she would let, when anybody was there, anybody was around that wasn't supposed to be there. But never aggressive, never like that. And she kind of jumped back. So my husband goes, "Snow, what are you doing?" Like he got upset with her. Like I said, we don't hit our dogs. We don't do nothing in that matter. So he got her by the collar, put her inside, and put her in the kennel.
Okay.
And then Miss Angie was a little startled, so Chris was like, "Miss Angie, I'm so sorry, Miss Angie." He was giving him.
Let's pause there to take. Okay. Has Abilene Snyder described another incident of aggression involving Snow?
Yes.
And to whom was that incident directed?
The neighbor who she refers to as Miss Angelina, or Angie, which is Angelina Sanchez.
Okay, and when they observed that, did she describe where they placed the dog Snow?
In a kennel.
A kennel?
Yes.
Okay. And then she described this as happening 3 weeks after the nasty fight between Legend and King. 3 days.
Yes.
So, generally speaking, about a week before Ramon Najeda's death.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll finish rating up her leaves. So you finish rating up her leaves for her. She was inside with the puppies the next day. And the puppies, this was all after they got fixed. So her puppies were still trying to drink her milk, but she didn't like it. She was kind of like getting annoyed by it already, because she was already dried up there 6-7 weeks.
Yeah.
So, but there was the dog I loved, I think the most was a different dog. Her name was Morena. She was brown and white. All the others were gray and white. Snow was kind of being a little rough with her. She was starting to get a little, just weird with her. She wouldn't do it with the other puppies. It was just that one. And I was like, maybe she just doesn't like her. So one day we came home. Like I said, we used to keep Snow inside with her puppies. So we came home and we heard crying. We were like, what the hell's that noise? So we opened the door, and Snow had Morena, like by the throat, kind of like, was shaking. And I was like, "Snow, what are you doing?" Because she was a puppy still, so I was like, I got Morena, or the baby was a puppy. And my husband immediately was like, "You know what? She's going outside now. She's going to get put on her harness. We're going to keep her outside because she cannot be inside with the puppies. She's hurting these puppies. She's trying to hurt the puppies. We need to put her outside again."
Let's pause there, detective. Okay, so this is a day after the aggression against Miss Angie, 4 days after the aggression between King and Snow, a week before the death of Ramon Najeda. Is defendant Abilene Snyder describing another incident of aggression involving a puppy named Morena?
Yes.
What happened?
Snow, Morena's mother, attacked her inside the house.
That's right, grabbed her by the neck, tried to shake her.
Yes.
Okay. Let's keep playing.
Like she needs to go back over. She lost her indoor privileges, basically. So that's when the next day we kept her in the bathroom because we're like, she can't be around puppies, and puppies used to walk around the house. He's like, we're gonna keep her in the restroom. Tomorrow we'll go get the zip line.
Actually, let me pause there because something important just transpired. Did she say Snow had lost her house privileges?
Yes.
Her inside privileges?
Yes.
And they were going to keep her outside from then on?
Correct.
Because of fear that she might hurt the puppies?
Right.
Okay. So, knowledge that this dog is being aggressive?
Yes.
And potentially dangerous?
Correct.
Okay.
And the harness for her. Well, the neighbor gave us a zip line for her. He saw us outside the next day. He's like, "Chris, I got something for you." He's like, "What's that?" He goes, "Look, it's a heavy-duty one." He's like, "So you could put Snow right here so she can," because even Miss Angie said she felt safe when my dogs were there, for the fact that she knew when somebody was outside when they weren't supposed to be. Because her grandson and son worked like anything at night, so she was at home by herself. So she always told me, even when they were in ACS, she was like, "Yeah, I miss your dogs." I'm like, "Why Miss Angie?" She's like, "Because I don't know if there's anybody in my backyard or not, because the boys protected the back, and Snow was in the front.
Is it short for Angela, or is it?
Yeah, or I'm assuming, we know her name is Angie.
Okay, do you know her last name?
I don't,
No.
she's our
So
neighbor.
she's the one next door?
Yes,
To
ma'am, where the accident happened.
Okay.
She's the one that, and she had told me, she's like, yeah, she's like, I'm not, because like I said, we treated our dogs very, everybody said we treated our dogs better than our kids. It was a lie, but still, it was like, because they got the best food, we had them on a diet. So Miss Andy admitted to me that day, she's like, I'm not on a diet, and she's like, I've been throwing your dogs some chicken bones. Let me tell you. She was like, it's just sometimes, and I was like, it's okay, Miss Angie, like I'm not mad at you. She's like, don't me. I'm like, no, I'm not. So she had told me that. That's why I say, like me and her, we have a very good communication. Like we talk every day, we see her every day. Our dogs, like I said, our dogs would bark just to let us know somebody was there.
Yeah.
But never like this, ever. When I saw the video, I couldn't even believe that Snow jumped that fence. Because Snow was short, and I was like, oh shit, how the hell did she jump it? Like, I was just freaking out. And then, so, me and Christian decided, whenever they got picked up, my husband had said, well, the 10 days had gone, 10th day was coming. And he was like, sorry, I don't want to pick up the dogs. He told her, he's my daughter. Sky and Star, those were their dogs. We don't want to pick them up. Mom and Dad, like, we don't want to because, one, we already have puppies. Like, the puppies. 2, it's too much money. 3, she's already gone in once. We don't want to come back. We're going to leave her in there. My daughter was so heartbroken. She was like, Dad, please, Dad, what if I come up with the money? What if I do it? And he was like, Star, if you want the dog, you get the money for it. You do whatever you gotta do to get that money, but I'm not paying for it because it's too much. It was a lot.
How much was it?
Starting, I think it was like 700 for both.
For both, not each?
Yeah, it was, no, 700 for both. So that day.
All right, so let's stop there, Detective. I think this is after the January bite incident, the last one before the death of Ramon Nájera, when ACS had taken custody of those 2 dogs to quarantine. It seems to be the case that Abilene Snyder is saying Christian Moreno didn't want the dogs back and was trying to talk to his daughters about just leaving them with ACS and not taking them back.
Correct.
Does that show knowledge that both parties knew that was an option?
Correct.
And in fact, they were or at least Christian Moreno was contemplating that option.
Yes.
Okay. And then let's talk about the money. So she claims that ACS would charge them $700 to get them back out of custody.
Correct.
That was the initial fee.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that day she called my mom, just like, Grandma, can I borrow some money? I'll pay it back, I'll do it. So my mom gave the money. Like I said, this was the accident in January. So we figured somebody tried to take King, Snow just defended him. That's why we figured that might happen. We didn't think it was anything aggressively or just randomly. We thought, in our minds, okay, they tried to steal King, Snow defended him. That was why we believed, and they stabbed him at that. So we were like, oh shit, like.
And again, really briefly, Detective, at 1339.46, same justifications we heard before.
Yes.
Okay.
And whenever ACS picked him up, they're like, we're rushing him to the vet because he was bleeding out a lot. They're like, we need to make sure he's not gonna die right here. So that's what we thought happened. So we didn't see it as like they did it purposely, or they were just aggressive. They were just. We thought, and we figured it was because they tried to take King, Snow defended her puppy, because she still has puppies. Well, then I went to ACS, and my husband was like, I'm not going. He's like, you want the dogs? You and the kids want to go pick them up? You go get them. I'm not going. He's like, this is too much for me. Like, I already paid for the first time. I'm not paying again. He's like, you want the dogs? You're going to take care of them. You're going to do everything you got to do to get them this is too much. And me, I was just like, I would see the girls and they're like, Mom, please, Mom, you can't let our dogs go. Like, they're going to kill them, Mom. Like, we don't pick them up. Because my daughter's heard the ACS worker tell me, if you don't pick them up in 10 days, this is what can happen.
Yeah.
So they heard they can get put down, and immediately Mom, you're going to let them kill our dogs? Like, they're our puppies, Mom. And Chris is like, Damn, after all the money we put into these dogs already, like, it sucks, but I don't want to pick them up. Like, He's like, it's too much with the puppies already. Because the puppies, I'm not gonna lie, have torn up the house. And then plus having snow in there too, house is getting even worse. So he's like, wait, the house is a fucking mess. They're tearing out the floor. No. He's like, start giving these puppies away too. So he started giving them away. He was like, here, you want a dog? Dude, I don't want one. Take them. Like, we were not breeding them to sell them. No, it was as gifts. You want them? Take them. Oh, it's your daughter's birthday? Here, give her a dog. Like, he was like that, because he was tired of dogs. He was like, they're just too much money, they spend too much money, they keep getting out the gate, our neighbors hate them. That's it. Like, he was frustrated with it already.
Yeah.
But my daughters were like, Mom, please, Mom, they're gonna kill him. They're gonna kill him. And I was like, I guess we've had them since puppies. Who doesn't get attached to something since they were babies? So I was like, babe, and he was like, I'm not paying him. You want him, you go get him. I was like, Star, I was like, you want the baby? Dad said you want the puppies out, or the dog that you gotta pay. So she called my mom. She asked her for the money, my mom gave it to her. So I went, I took Star, and they were like, you're still short $80. But that day we went to go pick them up, ACS was like, look, I'll work a deal with you. They never told me they were aggressive. They never told me they were dangerous. Not once did they give me rules or regulations or, this is what you need to do. No, I never got paper stating they need 10 levels or they're level 1, level 2. I'm barely learning about stuff now. I never got nothing like that. Never, ever. The first time we picked up snow, they were like, okay, she's fine, paid your fine, go. Okay. Second time, that was when I took my daughter. And they just, look, we'll work a deal with you. Since this is snow second bite, this is what we're gonna do. We'll neuter them, and we'll win King's boarding fee. That's what they explained. Those were the exact words. If you agree to neuter them, we'll waive this fee. Oh, no, I'm lying. They said if we neutered King, it would waive his fee. And we would only pay for snow. I said, well, what do we do? Because I was like, well, if we do both, will I get them both free? And they were like, no, we can't do that because that's your second bite.
Yeah.
They're like, so if you neuter King, snow, and I was like, well, we'll just might as well neuter them both. Because I had asked her, I was like, what can I do to prevent this? God, I'm sure those are my words. And I can't say Christian's saying this because he wasn't there, it was only me and my daughter. What can I do to prevent this from happening again? Because for me, I heard a third bite, they don't come back. And I didn't want that. I didn't want my dogs to get killed. But I didn't want my daughter to get heartbroken either. But I didn't want the problems either. So I told ACS, I told the lady, I made her tell you what she looks like. What can I do to prevent this from happening again? She was with Snow and all your dogs, she's like, the best thing to do is spay them. And I was like, so let's do it. Got on her shoes, I told her, let's do it. You're against spay King, you might as well spay Snow. She's like, oh, so you want to do both? Like, yeah, let's do it. If it's going to help them, let's do it. If it's going to prevent them from one, biting anybody, that was my biggest concern. Because this is Snow's second bite. I don't need a third. Because I don't need problems and I don't need to have a dog that's killing my daughter heartbroken. Man, we were doing everything not just to please our kids, but to be responsible. We never ever showed any kind of negligence or trained them to be mean. We were never like that. We never would hit our dogs. Snow did that to Miss Angie and we still didn't hit her. We put her in the kennel. The boys barely went outside. They were in it. We had their cages. The cage that Christian brought the dogs out in, we had 2 of those. And everybody would get mad at us. They're like, Abby, Chris, you had to let the dogs out already. Like, they're always in the cage. If we were told the dogs right there that day, go to your home, they would go in a cage. Because we used to have them in a crate. For the longest, like we did. Because everybody was like, they're pit bulls, you don't want to get them, you don't want nobody stealing them. And we didn't have the backyard fixed yet, like for their harnesses or anything. So we had them in kennels. We had them in crates, and my brother would come around and had them out, and would like tell me, we don't want them out because one, we don't want nobody to steal them. Because if you look on next door, there's several posts of mine. Have y'all seen my puppies? Have y'all seen my puppies? Like, because one time they did get stolen from us. Yeah. And I had to pay somebody to get my dog back. Believe it or not. I had the messages and everything. The messages, the guy was like, well, I won't.
All right, we listened to a lot, Detective. Let's pause now for breaking down purposes at 1,300 hours, 45 minutes, 49 seconds. did Evelyn Snyder communicate to you that she in fact owns 2 kennels?
Yes,
And that she used to put them in the cages when they left the house,
yes,
so they wouldn't get out,
correct.
right? So that's something that she knows they can do.
Yes,
Okay. But she says that the primary reason they would do that is so the dogs wouldn't get stolen.
yes,
Nothing about them potentially being harmful to neighbors or being aggressive towards neighbors. In fact, she's still maintaining that the dogs are not aggressive.
right.
Okay.
bought off somebody and I paid the guy that wants them from, it was a long process just to get them out. And I wound up paying him to get my dogs back, $1,000 to be exact. So it's like, it's not like I let them go. It's not like we didn't want our puppy and say, of course we love their dogs, we paid money for them.
Yeah.
So whenever, I'm telling you, whenever we went to ACS, they were like, okay, spay him, we'll get his boarding fee, you can take Snow, and her fees will just be this. Okay. What can I do to prevent this from happening again? Neuter both of them. Or neuter Snow, 2. Let's do it. Let's do it. If it's gonna prevent this from ever happening again, let's do it.
Okay.
So that night, I signed those papers that day. She was like, okay, well, we're gonna do this tonight. You'll pick them up tomorrow morning. And then I go, ma'am, quick question. What do I have to do? Like, whenever they're coming home, what's the healing process, everything? She didn't mention you have to have muzzles, or you have to have this, or you have to have them caged up. And no, she was just like, everything's fine. All you gotta do is try to prevent the puppies from sucking on her.
Let's pause there at 1300 hours, 46 minutes, 59 seconds. Detective, is defendant Evelyn Snyder now claiming that ACS never said anything about any harnesses or collars or anything like that?
Right, and she also mentioned muzzles.
And that's not consistent with what we heard at the fence line.
Correct.
Because she's a C-section.
Yeah.
Okay. Those were their only requirements, really. And it was their requirement was just to try to prevent the puppies hurting her.
Yeah.
And not to let the area get wet.
Okay. What about these videos that are supposedly of Christian beating up the dogs that you were going to give to the news?
Christian, there's a video of him beating up the dogs?
Supposedly taken by you of him beating the dogs after they got mean toward y'all to show that you guys.
I don't want to see that video. I want to see that video.
Well, that's what I'm asking you, so.
There's no video.
Okay.
None of it. Why in the hell would I show the video? Like, that's stupid. We never hit our dogs. Nobody can ever say we hit our dogs. Christian doesn't even hit his own kids. So why would he hit his dogs? I have what I have are videos of Christian training the dogs with the food. He'll be like, sit. And they'll literally sit. And then he'll be like, don't. And he'll put the food down. And he'll walk away and he'll just go. And like, there's never none of him beating them. Why would I even report that? That's stupid as hell.
I'm just saying, I'm repeating to you what was told to me.
That's the most stupidest thing I've ever heard. My kids would even tell you, everybody would tell you, we never lay hands on our dogs, ever. That's something, why would we hit our dogs?
Yeah. How much did they cost to begin with?
They were $600 each.
600 each. So you paid $700 to get them out, $1,000 to get them back from whatever dude.
Yeah, it was just, and then it was $1,200 for the cropping of their ears. We took them for their shots and everything, their first shots. That came out to over $1,300. I have the receipts at home. And I mean, that's it. They had their shots, and then that's not including the dog food that Chris was buying the vet.
Let me pause at 1300 hours, 48 minutes and 52 seconds, Detective. If I may inquire, why are you asking her about the costs of all these things?
So, in the initial interview at the fence line, they claimed that they did not have power at the house, and it seemed to me to be indicative of their priorities.
So no power for 2 months, but they're $400 paying for the dogs to get out of ACS custody.
700, yeah.
700, and top of all the money they've been spending on them already.
Correct.
Okay.
And alone, bag like this big, $70 a bully max.
Yeah.
The blue buffalo, another $50. Man, we took care of them. We never, and there's that video. I want to see this because Christian don't even lay a hand on his own kids when they do something bad. Christian's not ever going to hit anybody.
Yeah.
Especially not his pets. Our pets at that.
Okay.
There is no such video ever.
Okay.
And then So whenever those incidents, like I'm telling you with Miss Angie, me and Christian, literally the night before, man, he was like, babe, let's get rid of these dogs, babe. He's like, because we were walking through the house and he stepped in shit. And he was like, I hate this shit. He's like, there's shit everywhere. He's like, I don't want these dogs inside anymore. And I was like, babe, we can't put them outside because snow's out there. He goes, then why do we have snow? Why? He's like, she's being aggressive to her puppies. You know, she's showing signs of aggression. She can't produce. She's nothing. Like, give her back. And I was like, I kind of agree with you on that one. I was like, I don't even want dogs no more. He's like, you pick which dogs you want, the rest we're gonna give away. Those were his exact words. I even had a girl that was coming to pick up Snow. Because I was like, you don't want her, you can have her. Because we don't want her anymore. Because it was annoying. It was annoying how she was just tearing up the house. She was using the restroom inside when she knows she shouldn't. But this is all after she got spayed. And when we picked them up, they never gave me any kind of warning. I didn't know about the breed or the year of age for the aggression or anything until this accident happened and I started Googling it. Does neutering affect, the dogs? It does. It does. And I never got it.
You make these decisions and you do have to, you're responsible for doing that research before you make the decisions, before you have the dogs.
Okay, but did you not hear what I said? I told the ACS, what is it going to do to prevent this? To help this not happen again?
Yeah.
They told me, neuter them. Why would I not believe the lady? She obviously knows about pets because she works at ACS. I took her word for it.
Right.
And
But I'm talking about somebody that just works up front at ACS.
No, she wasn't just a receptionist. No, she was a worker. She was telling me things. She was telling me about everything. Like, she was like, the pets this, and man, she wasn't just a worker. No, she was somebody that was with the pets.
Yeah.
And she even said, okay, this, we're gonna do this. Ma'am, we did everything to not ever let this happen, ever. And my exact words, to prevent this. And okay, if she was just a worker, why did you give me the option of, they said, whoever she said her supervisor to be exact. Her supervisor said that if we spayed King, his boarding would be free. Her supervisor told her that.
Right.
So, and plus the $700 was a lot for both dogs. So I was like, okay, so we had to pay like $3 something to get Snow out. We got them both. Ma'am, I didn't have to get Snow neutered. That wasn't an option. It wasn't even like thrown on the table. It was like, well, if you neuter King, he'll be free. Okay, neuter both of them. If this is gonna prevent this from happening, let's do it. Let's do it now. And I picked them up the next morning. Picked them up, they had their combs on them. Everything was fine. I never got papers showing signs or warnings. I never got a level. Nothing. How am I responsible? How is me and my husband responsible? I understand, yes, there are pets. But ma'am, my neighbor can tell you every day we closed that gate, we made sure it was locked. Before we left, if Snow was not inside, she was outside on her chain, on the zip line. Like, there was never negligence in this. We never mistreated our dogs.
So let's pause there at 135308, Detective. I believe Evelyn Snyder said if Snow wasn't inside, then she would be outside. Thought that Snow had lost house privilege.
Yes.
Never abused them. My kids, I had CPS in my house yesterday saying I was training my kids to make the dogs aggressive. My kid looked at her and goes, ma'am, why would we train our dogs to be aggressive? I have 4 kids. My biggest fear is a dog attack on any of them. Why would I train my dogs to be aggressive? Especially towards anybody, because they could turn on you whenever.
Yeah.
So, that's the thing. Another example. Look at SeaWorld. That damn whale ate or killed his trainer, and that was hers since he was little. Did the owner go to jail from SeaWorld? No. He put her life in jeopardy. He put her in the tank with him. It's an animal, man. We cannot control what animals think. And I completely understand that. Yes, there are pets. But ma'am, show me evidence that I abused them or we neglected them. And then another thing, my neighbor's son was talking to me yesterday, and he goes, you know what's crazy? He's like, one of them posted a video of the dogs being out, right? And they were saying it was my dog. It wasn't even my dog. It was the tow truck driver's dog. Because he forever left his gates open. He didn't care if his dogs got out. And he told my husband last time, he goes, my dogs can walk around because they're neutered. I was like, well, shit. Like, you must be, because my dogs, I guess I got out that day. But this was before they got neutered. And he said, he was like, he told Christian, he goes, hey, come here. He's like, your dogs keep coming over here at night, and they're making my dogs bark. So my husband was like, my bad, I'll make sure they're, I'll make sure that they're tied up a little more and better. And he was like, look, let me tell you something, homeboy. Like, he's a bandito, he's a tow truck driver. He's like, let me tell you something, homeboy. He's like, you see my dogs and they walk around? They can do that. My husband was like, they can? He was, yeah, because they're neutered. They can do that. So it's like, and the lady on the block, the first one to the right, at the very first house was the red truck. She puts dog food in a bowl right there outside. They're not even her dogs, but she puts them out there for the dogs. So it's like, maybe, I'm just saying, maybe my dogs have walked past and seen dog food there, and maybe that's why they stopped. But my dogs have never been aggressive like this. We didn't train them like this. We never trained them, period. What we did was my husband trained them for the food, because he's like, because he saw a video on YouTube that a little girl, she was like probably 3, big old dogs, and she literally, they were hungry, you could tell, and she put the dog food on the floor, and they did not eat until she was out of the way. He's like, damn, that's badass. Like, those are badass dogs, and for a little girl to be like that, like, they could easily attack her, and they don't. So he was like, okay, let's start doing that with our dogs. I have videos. Sit, and he would be like this, with whatever we're feeding them. Sit, and then they would be sitting, and he would put it down, and he would go, and that's when they would, it was never.
So how were they tied up that day?
That day, they both, all of them had their harnesses. Before we left that morning, because they were one of my friend's house, I was telling my kids, make sure the dogs are harnessed.
Let's pause there at 1300 hours, 56 minutes, 18 seconds, Detective Blanco. When you're saying that day, are we referring to February 24th of 2023?
Yes.
The day of Ramon Najar's death?
Yes.
Is defendant Adeline Schneider now claiming that the dogs were all secured with harnesses?
Yes, she was.
By the defense line, they said there was only one harness.
Correct.
And that was on, well, I guess it's hard to say because there was inconsistency there as well, but apparently Snow in the front had a harness, and then no, it was a collar, right?
Correct.
Okay.
My husband goes, babe, I'm gonna go to the back, make sure King and Legend are nowhere near each other. Because like I said, after that fight, we spread them apart. But he was like, let's make sure, because they haven't really gone close to each other yet. He's like, let's make sure they can't reach each other. Okay, well, after that fight too, we started putting them in separate bowls. They each have the same bowl. So that's whenever he was like, let me go feed them first before we leave, because we don't know how long we're gonna be out. And make sure they're tied up, because I don't want Junior and nobody not to miss anything. So we had them both. He made sure of that. He made sure. He's like, babe, I even put an extra lock. He goes, I put an extra lock on King's zip tie. And I was like, why, what happened? He goes, because, he goes, I don't know how the other night he got out, but he got out. And I was like, he did? He's like, yeah, he got out. I was like, I don't know your harness? He's like, yes. So my husband was like, he goes, nah, I hope nobody's coming into me.
That's pause with 1300 hours, 57 minutes, and 8 seconds. According to Adeline Schneider, did Christian Moreno say that the night before the death of Ramon Najera, King allegedly got out of his harness?
Yes.
And that would have been the night previous.
Correct.
Backyard and really taking my dogs off the harness. That was his suggestion, honestly. He was like, babe, he goes, how in the hell does King keep getting off his harness? And I was like, I have no idea. But, and then it's like, Sky used to have her ex-boyfriend living with us, my daughter. So he was like, let me find out, and my dogs knew him. So there, he was like, let me find out if he was over here coming and unhooking the dogs. And to like, let them get loose. But we didn't, it was like kind of joking, like, so we were like, yeah, okay, whatever. But there was no way, like, so that morning, him and my son went to the back. That's my son's job, that's why to feed the dogs. So he went to the back with him, my son fed them, gave them their food, made sure they had water. My husband checked their zip line, everything. It's an everyday thing.
What about Snow in the front?
That's what I'm getting to. Okay, so me, Star, my other daughter, that's her job. Her job is to feed Snow. Snow's her dog, she needs to take care of her. So I was walking out, and I go, Star, did you feed Snow? Yes, Mom. I would let me see. So I walked with her to the front. She goes, look mom, she's got her harness on, she's got her backpack, because my daughter got her backpack. She's like, she's got her backpack on, she's on her leash, like she's on her line. Okay, that's perfectly fine. I made sure, because I was like, Scott, take that stupid backpack off, so I wiggled it, and she goes, no mom, it's loose. She's like, no, you're taking it off her. I was like, no, it's not. So when I wiggled it, she could not move from her harness. Like she moved with it. I was like, okay, she's on it. I was like, babe, I go, babe, did you feed the dog in the back? Yes. You get water? Yes. So they were both coming from the back to the front. We got in the Explorer, and my son goes, Dad, the gate? And he was like, oh yeah, he goes, babe, you wanna go lock it? I was like, yeah, I'll be right back. I went to the gate. Babe, I don't know where the lock is at. He goes, oh, I have it. So he sent my son to put the lock on. I was right there with my son. I heard it click. And then that's when we walked away. The gate was not like that when we left. How it was knocked over or whatever, it was not like that. We would never leave our gate like that, for the fact that we know our dogs would probably jump that. So we made sure everything was locked, made sure we had all the doors locked, all the windows closed, got in the car, we left. That was it. Then we come back and we see that.
Yeah.
Like anybody that knows us, that knows about us, they'll tell you. Never did. We had guests over, we always make sure Snow was away. Because she wouldn't bite, it was more like, everybody gets scared because of how she looked. Like, oh, she got a dog? No, she's fine. And as soon as they would come to the gate, and if we walked in with them, she would be okay with them. Everybody loves Snow. Everybody, like, my puppies, the dogs, they were puppies when we had them, so everybody would play with them. Like, there was never an aggressive bone in the body like that. When I saw that video, I did not recognize those dogs at all. Because those were not my dogs. My dog would never do something so ugly, so horrific. I never trained we never even fed them meat like that, or any type of thing like that. My husband never, because people were like, oh, if you give him a little bit of, a steak and give it raw little, no, they had a diet. They had a special diet. Only dog food, only this. We would let them out sometimes on their collars, but we were out there with them. And that was only because my husband was like, babe, I get tired of seeing the dogs on the leashes. He's like, let's play ball with them for a little bit. He had a ball.
Yeah.
He would throw the ball. But we had two balls because, of course, they would fight over the one. So we would throw one, the dog would run. By the time the animal was coming back, we would throw the other one. After that, they would back on their runs.
Yeah.
We never, this is like so.
So that day, I was out there, I don't know if you remember talking to me. And you and Christian both told me that Snow was not on a harness because you had not gotten it yet, and that she was only on her collar.
No, Snow didn't have a collar on.
Then when we checked the tether, there was nothing attached to it at all.
No, exactly. But Snow didn't even have a collar on. So how does she have a collar? Even in the video, you can see she has no collar on.
I'm just going based on what you guys told me that day.
I said she didn't have a harness? Yeah, I did not say that. Because I know she had a harness on. My daughter bought the backpack with it. I know she did.
Okay.
And then on top of that, it's like everything happened so fucking fast, dude.
Let me pause there, Detective. At 1400 hours, 1 minute, 32 seconds. So you're sort of confronting the defendant, Abilene Snyder, about some of the inconsistencies. Remind us, and we saw it in the video, was there any harness near that front yard tire?
There was no harness anywhere.
Are you aware if a harness was found on the property at all?
There was not.
Not that day?
No.
Or to your knowledge?
Correct.
So would it surprise you to know that ACS found a harness in the backyard?
No. We didn't, like I said, we were only assisting, which is why I did not enter the property myself.
That's right. So if ACS later that night found a harness, brand new, in the backyard, attached to nothing, would that be surprising?
No.
Okay. And again, inconsistent anyways, right? Because it would have to be in the front yard.
Correct.
Okay.
Honestly, I don't know how far along.
Give me 1 second, okay? I'm sorry. Hey, did you know?
Actually, if I may, 1 second, let me collect my notes really quickly. Actually, I think you will come back in the room in a second anyways. There it is.
I saw the family there the other day. I wanted to apologize, but it wasn't time. Because
Back up a little.
I think
We're looking for
No, I was like, you would text me.
Okay, I must be listening to my, I thought I was reading on my door. Sorry, you were saying?
We understand that accident happened. I've spoken with Miss Angie. I saw the family there the other day. I wanted to apologize, but it wasn't time. Because they need their time, they need their space. But when me and my kids were out there cleaning up, I made sure my kids were extra quiet. I gotta respect people. Just sit down, they don't have to respect their time. Don't open the doors to the car, don't leave the car, just sit down. Getting my husband out alone is a lot of money.
So Evelyn Snyder, detective, at 1,400 hours, 2 minutes and 48 seconds, has again brought up the subject of money. And I believe she said something about getting Christian Moreno out was a lot of money.
Yes.
That would have been presumably when he was arrested for that outstanding warrant.
Right, well, he was arrested for the injury to elderly.
Oh, that's right. So do you think
It was in
about that
relation to this
arrest?
incident, yes.
Okay.
She was describing having been alone at the house at the time when the family was visiting because Christian was still in jail.
I got you. Okay. Let's jump ahead to 1,400 hours, 4 minutes and 39 seconds.
There.
There we go. And this is probably close enough.
During the day, I go because one, we gotta finish cleaning and packing up, and two, because it's during the day. Who's gonna do anything to us? We have hurt in our heart. We're not blaming nobody or nothing. It's like it's nobody's fault, but it is somebody's fault because the dogs, but we can't control the dogs. We didn't ever teach them like that. ACS told us that they
Here's why the idea of negligence has come up. It's not that people think that you haven't been feeding your dogs. That's not it at all. Okay? Why people feel and why it's written that about that criminal negligence is why that's there in the law. Okay? Is because you should have known better and then did nothing about it.
What do you mean know better about what?
That's what the law says.
I know, but know better about what?
So,
Know better about what though?
would you let me explain it?
Because I didn't get told nothing about it. ACS didn't ever tell me
The
anything.
day that I came to talk to you guys of this man's death,
Okay?
you guys gave me a list and you said, this is what ACS told us to do.
ACS did not tell us what to do. They suggested.
Okay,
There was never anything that, you need to do this.
Listen.
You need to do that.
so that when you tell us they gave you this list,
And we did it all. We did it by the book. And we did it in a timely
and
manner.
now you're telling me they told you nothing. You can see how that's inconsistent.
They did not give me a piece of paper or even tell me, you need to do this. No, this was suggested, and this was suggested by the officers there. Because I asked the man we were walking out too. That was an officer that works there. There was never a piece of paper or you need to do this. No. What can I do to prevent this? Well,
We paused there at 1,400 hours, 6 minutes, 11 seconds. I think we get the gist. Let's jump ahead to 14:09:14. So 1,400 hours, 9 minutes, 14 seconds. Close enough at 11 seconds.
Really tied up. Huge hole, and all that was done to fix it was to put this little, like, about the size of this pen in the bottom of the fence right there. There's photos of it, there's video of it.
no, there's photos after the accident. I guess you didn't see. Christian started taking everything down when after that fight happened. He was like, here's the dogs. ACS specifically told us, they showed up. Before even ACS showed up, I told the cops, I was like, you know what? Take them. You want? Give me your gun. I'll put a bullet in their head right now for you. Because that was beyond. I told the cops that. And they were like, no, we're waiting for ACS. My husband went, put the dogs, got him. He got bitten at the time too, right on his knee. But he didn't care. As bad as the dogs were attacking, because they were still heated. My husband went in the gate, got him, took him in. ACS and the cops can tell you, took him in, put him in the kennel, brought him out in the kennel. ACS showed up, he was like, sir, don't come in the gate. Give me the leash or whatever, I'll get him. He was like, no, here. He got the leash. He got Snow out. He took her, he goes, I'll take her to the car for you. Put her in, closed the door behind. Went for King, got him on the kennel, lost him safe. ACS said, what do you want to do? We're signing over, we don't want him. We said that. We're like, no. Okay, what about Legend? Take him too. Even though he wasn't out, he was still in his harness. Even though he didn't do nothing, he had no bites on his name. He has never bit anybody. They still kill him. Why? Because if it's gonna cause a problem, take him. Take them. I don't want this issue. I don't need this issue. The puppy is the same thing. The ACS was like, well, take them. I don't want this issue. I don't want these problems. My dogs didn't have, I could have gone and picked up Legend the next, I could have called and be like, no, we're gonna pick him back up. I didn't do that. I had 24 hours to call for him. I let him go. That's some, if I felt, we weren't even defending our dogs that day. We said take them. We were more worried about the victims than anybody else.
And I'm not questioning your feelings, okay?
It has not, but there's not just feelings, it's proof. It's everybody saw that.
No, I know. I'm not saying that you weren't compliant after the fact.
No, and then even ACS was like, this is gonna benefit y'all. Like, this is gonna help y'all. Like, y'all did all this, y'all helped us, we didn't have to do nothing. It's gonna benefit y'all.
Listen, they're a different agency. You're not in the ACS building.
Okay, but
You're in the police department.
Y'all are the ones that arrested me.
Right,
for
because
what?
I'm enforcing the law. You have 2 warrants, okay?
No, we got the same restrictions, right?
And injury to
And the
elderly.
same amounts, right?
I don't know what the amounts are because I'm not a judge, okay? My job is to investigate the case. So I investigate the case.
Like I said, okay, what about the recent dog bites that have been happening too? Are those owners getting in jail too?
Listen, you
Why am I doing
guys
this?
are going to jail because the law fits the crime.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
That's what it is.
It's not though, because this is honestly just bullshit on the court, and I'll be honest with you, and I don't agree with it for the fact that I wasn't even home. How can I control what my dogs are doing if I wasn't even home?
But you're in charge of properly securing them so that they don't get out. And not, hey, listen, hold on, okay?
I still want to see this proof of them not being tied up.
Okay,
No, them not being tied up.
okay.
That day, that morning. That's the same video that I saw. I can
They're
say,
running in and out of the fence through the hole.
okay,
Listen, they're
What
running,
hole?
there's a hole right there on the fence.
Christian, dude, oh my God, this is so. How is it that Megan and how is it that, King was able to jump that gate? Look, did you not see the gate? Where's the recording at the beginning of this? I want to see the recording from where they got out.
No one's monitoring your dogs like that because you're supposed to be.
How am I, if I'm at home? If I'm at home, the lady in front has cameras, if she can do this,
Listen.
I bet you she don't have cameras now, right?
If a child, just put it this way. Hold on.
If a child shoots somebody,
No,
they
no, 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 no. Don't interrupt me. Don't try to guess what I'm gonna tell you because you have no idea who I am.
No, but I'm saying though, okay?
Okay, so hold on. If a child needs round-the-clock care and supervision because you know that they act out, right? Just as an example, like say my child has some type of disorder or whatever, and they need round-the-clock care. Okay, they need round-the-clock supervision. You can't just tie them up and leave them because you don't know. They have escaped before, they have caused damage before, they've hurt somebody before. Now they need round-the-clock supervision, right?
So you.
In this situation, if they're not going to be properly secured, then they need to be supervised. They were not properly secured, and the evidence of that is they were outside the gate attacking people.
Okay, but where's any video before that to show that they were not harnessed? Or that where's that? The lady in front has cameras. She does. That's a for sure fact.
Okay.
I know that because she even told me, she says, I have you on camera whenever we were arguing. Okay?
She doesn't live there,
I know she doesn't.
okay?
She's a person on news. Yeah, I
I've
know.
spoken with the homeowner.
Yeah.
And his camera didn't capture anything from the beginning of that day
How not?
because it doesn't reach that far. It never has.
Really? But she's picked me up at my gate, telling my husband some shit.
Maybe recording on her own, but there's not a camera on that fence at all, period. I
No,
checked
but
that
it
day.
reaches. It reaches. Trust me. What I'm saying is, where's the video from before that shows that they were not harnessed? That we did not leave them harnessed?
Them being unharnessed there shows that they weren't. This couple doesn't live in your neighborhood.
Yes, she does. I know who she is. She's my neighbor next door,
No,
Linda.
I'm not talking about the people recording.
Oh, I know that.
I'm
I
the
know
victims
that.
of this crime.
Yeah, I know.
They were literally just there to drop something off.
Yeah, I know that. I spoke to Miss Angie, and she's spoken to me about the lady. She's talked to the lady. I've already done all that. Trust me, I've been to Miss Angie's, I've been wanting to talk to the victim, but I'm giving her her space and her time because it's her husband.
Yeah. I can tell you that family does not want to speak with you.
And that's fine, that's perfectly fine.
And
But there's no, like, this was a freak accident. This was not something they caused. This was something that happened, just like I told you, the damn Shamu at 40 Road. Nobody expected that. Nobody expected him to kill his trainer. We didn't ever expect our dogs to do something like that. Why would we even, Miss Angie lives right next door. Why would we have dogs that are aggressive like that? Why? Miss Angie said, I swear to God, you know what she told the cops before they took me? She goes, I bet you right now the neighbors are getting a laugh out of this. She's like, she's talking about the other neighbors. She goes, I bet you anything they're over there doing stuff to provoke the dogs that they did this. Those were her words, not mine. How do we know that didn't happen?
okay, I think we've beat this dead horse quite a bit.
With that, detective, at 1400 hours, 16 minutes and 43 seconds, I guess my last couple of questions for you, detective, is did Evelyn Snyder appear remorseful at any point when you were speaking to her?
Not at all.
Was it her common theme that it's always someone else's fault?
Right, or no one's.
Thank you, detective. And we pass the witness.
We have no questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Just briefly. Good morning, Detective.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Manuel Rodriguez. I represent Ms. Schneider. Looking back at the first video at the fence line,
Yes, sir.
at that time, were you familiar with the policies and practices of Animal Control Services?
No, I'm not employed by that agency.
So when you were indicating or suggesting to Ms. Schneider that she could simply call ACS and they could surrender the dogs and ACS would destroy them, you were not aware about that there, if that could happen.
I'm sorry, so when I was suggesting that they could surrender the dogs, I was aware you can surrender dogs, yes.
You're aware that there's a very long waiting list with ACS to get that done?
No.
Okay. You hadn't looked into that at all at that point?
In my experience in law enforcement, I have been able to surrender dogs as a law enforcement officer being called to aggressive dog scenes, yes.
But not in this case?
I had not been called to this house previously.
Okay. In the video with Ms. Schneider, it was clear that the incidents of aggression Mr. Jordan was pointing out by both Snow and King all occurred after the animals were spayed and neutered by Animal Control Services, correct?
No, that's not correct. One of the bite incidents happened in January prior to being taken by ACS. And then there was another referenced without a time frame.
That is correct. So there was a bite, as you correctly stated. And then all of the incidents with the puppies, with Morena, with King and Legend fighting each other, all after the spay and neuter.
Right, dogs tend to become more aggressive after initial incidents, yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
No further questions from the stage, Your Honor.
Okay, we should be excused.
Yes, from the stage.
I'll leave this report here. Thank you, Judge.
State any other witnesses?
I believe with that, Your Honor, the state would rest.
Defense, do you have any witnesses that would be quicker than not? I think the therapist is probably longer.
I do. I have an investigator to prove up some photos. Should not take very long at all.
Okay, let's call that witness.
All right. Joseph Piet, he's up in the
Go ahead.
Judge, we also have one witness that shouldn't take too long. Something we learned today that promises to present it to the board. It's not an expert.
We can take that up after this witness. I want to
Yes, Ron.
recess in about 20 minutes. I have a meeting.
Yes, Ron.
Good afternoon. Yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
Are you first witness to this?
Yes. Did you call Joseph yet?
And you receive the witness has been sworn.
Mr. Piet, please introduce yourself to Judge Mesa.
Yes, ma'am. My name is Joseph Piet. I'm a licensed private investigator for the state of Texas.
And how are you part of this case?
I was appointed by this court, I believe, earlier this year as the investigator.
For Ms. Schneider, correct?
Correct. Yes,
All
sir.
right. What licenses, if any, do you hold?
Currently active master peace officer license and the
how
PI
long-
license.
Oh, continue, I'm sorry.
No, and then the PI license from DPS.
And what's your current employment?
Private investigator.
How do you make your money these days?
So typically I get hired or appointed to criminal cases in Bexar County, in South Texas, Nueces County by defense lawyers.
Okay. And in this case, did you have occasion to go to Depot Street and take some photos?
Yes, sir.
May I approach, Judge?
Yes.
I'll be showing you what's been marked for identification purposes as defendants number 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. Can you take a look at these photos?
Yes, sir.
Now, who took these photos?
I did, sir.
When did you take them?
Yesterday, about 9:30 in the morning.
And those photos, as they've been developed there and you're looking at, do they fairly and accurately depict the scene of the home you are photographing?
Yes, sir.
Tendering to opposing counsel. I'm offering them, I'd like to offer them at this point, Judge.
State has no objection.
And this might be a good time to do this too. Additionally, Judge, I have what's been marked for purposes of identification as Defendant's Exhibit 7. I'd ask to admit, this is an image just straight from Google Earth. I represent to the court that it's from November 2022 of the same home.
An
I'd
objection
ask
to
for
the Google
admit.
photo?
No objection.
Okay.
So that means 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12
Correct.
are admitted for the defense.
All right.
And just to be clear on the record, we only have one defense exhibit list and it's for both cases. Right.
Correct.
So they're admitted for both cases.
All right, Mr. Piet, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 9. Can you describe what the photograph depicts?
Yes, sir, it's the property. Can I see the other one with the actual, I think it's 2823?
Sure, I will hand it over.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Yeah, so this is Defense Exhibit 9 is 2823 Depla. It's the front part of the property, and then there's a tow truck. That's West Side Towing LLC. It's a flatbed.
And where's the tow truck parked?
To the right on the actual roadway.
In front of the home?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay.
To the right of it, if you're facing the property.
And is there a fence?
Yes, sir. There is.
What type of fence is it?
Some of it's a chain link fence, and then some heavier gates in the front of it.
And how high is the chain link fence?
I didn't measure these. I measured the other one.
Would it look to be approximately 6 feet high?
Yeah, probably about 7,
Okay.
somewhere in there.
And is there prominently displayed a beware of dog sign?
Yes, sir. To the left of this picture.
Were you able to make any kind of contact with this neighbor?
No, sir. None.
Judge, I'll pass the witness.
Yes, just, or I'm sorry, does it go, I guess it goes, yeah, back to us.
Take first.
Yes, Your Honor, briefly on redirect, if I may.
Thanks, you.
Investigator
Rodriguez. Thanks, you.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
Piet,
Yes, sir.
you used to work for our office, didn't you?
I did, sir. I retired in 2019.
I recognize you.
Yes, sir.
That's right. Okay, let me show you, if I may, John, regarding my approach.
Yes.
States 2, which was for demonstrative purposes.
Yes, sir.
And let me grab a pen, because I always forget to bring one up there. Here we go. Investigator, would you kindly tell me if you can identify the address that you photographed on this map?
23. Let's see it on here. It's not marked.
Do you remember whereabouts it was in the
It
neighborhood?
was across the street from the 2810, I believe.
2810 is here.
Yeah. So it would have been, see, it's not marked on this, up right there.
There we
So
go.
it's in the back. So you have 2 structures, one in the front and one in the back. So that would be it right there.
Okay, kindly, sir, if you would.
Initial?
Yeah, maybe your initials, that would be perfect.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
And permission to publish, Your Honor, states 2. Okay, so the house that you photographed with that 6-foot fence, I believe these are the initials that you mentioned here in 2823.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And then 2810, Christian Moreno's house is here.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear on the record. And you know, Judge, I don't think I did this before, so I'll take the opportunity now, I suppose. State's Exhibit 2 is the demonstrative exhibit that all the witnesses have been writing their names into so we could get a layout of the neighborhood and their relationship to the area. The state would offer this into evidence now that has been fully completed.
You already closed, but I could reopen it to admit it. Any objections?
No objection, Judge.
Admitted.
Okay, Investigator Piet, that's the only question I have. Thanks.
Thank you, sir.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Garcia?
Okay.
Okay, is this witness excused or any redirect?
I may have missed Mr. Jordan's question. This was on Depla Street, across the street from the Moreno Schneider home.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Yeah, kind of corner to the left.
Yeah. Yes, sir. That's correct.
That's all good.
And still no questions.
Okay, you may step down.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses, Mr. Rodriguez, that we can take up now?
Judge, I have the therapist, who I don't think would be quick to thank you.
Correct. Where is Mr. Pence living? Let's go off the record for just a minute so I can take up whatever matter he said he had.
Okay. I think you wanted to put one witness, Judge. He's talking.
been a peer support or peer recovery coach since 2015. Went to college to become an LCDC, a licensed chemical dependency counselor, and now I'm doing my clinicals here in the Hill Country.
What certifications do you hold?
I hold a RSPS, I hold a LCDC license, I hold a peer supervisor certification, and also hold a trauma-informed certification.
What type of, well, how would you describe your, is it counseling or therapy that you do?
It's drug and alcohol counseling, yes, sir.
Okay, so you refer to your counseling as counseling sessions?
Yes, sir.
And what would you consider your particular area of expertise in?
My expertise is dealing with individuals with a substance use disorder, with dealing with CPS clients, probation clients, court-mandated clients as well.
And how long have you been acting in that capacity?
Going at this facility for 2 years.
Okay. Did you also work with what we call Cicada?
Yes, sir, I did. I still do. Actually, Cicada is our, I guess you'd say, the one that took over the Hill Country Council.
And what does that acronym stand for?
Cicada stands for San Antonio Council on Alcohol and Drug Awareness.
And are you still employed through them as well?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you had occasion or opportunity to work with Abilene Schneider?
Yes, sir, I did.
And how did she come to your attention?
She came to our attention after, I guess, after the incident that occurred back in 2023, I believe. When she came to our facility, she was referred by her CPS caseworker, where I had to do a drug and alcohol evaluation on her.
Okay, we'll break this down step by step, sir. So you received a referral from CPS to work with Ms. Schneider approximately what month in 2023, if you recall?
Let me pull up, hold on, I got these, I got them already out. I'll tell you when I did her evaluation. It's been such a long time, I apologize.
No problem.
It looks like I did her evaluation back in, still trying to bring it up. Okay, 6/14/2023. My apologies.
No problem. And what this evaluation is, Ms. Schneider basically being interviewed by you?
Yes, sir. We did an alcohol and drug assessment and evaluation to see exactly what is the severity, if substance use played a part of any kind of behaviors, I guess you would say.
And about how long is that evaluation process?
Our evaluation normally takes up to 2 hours.
And what was your conclusions or recommendations following your evaluation?
My evaluation after, I guess after she's been incarcerated for almost a year, I guess she fell under the criteria for methamphetamine use, which is, I guess you say the mild to moderate severe methamphetamine use.
And do you feel that Ms. Schneider was open and honest during that interaction?
Oh, yes, sir. She told me everything about the incident that took place at her home. So she was really remorse. She really felt bad about everything that went on. So she was really open and honest during the evaluation. I do say that.
Okay, so after your evaluation, did you continue working with Ms. Schneider?
Yes, she attended our program for the first 16 weeks after we went ahead and did the admission, the consents and all that. So she attended our program for approximately almost 4 months for outpatient.
Okay, so following the evaluation, your recommendation was she participate in outpatient drug treatment?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How often would you meet with Ms. Schneider?
It was 2 group sessions and 1 individual sessions per week.
How long is each session?
Our group session is 2 hours long. That's on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Each session is, our group session is 2 hours each, and then 1 hour individually.
So if there's 2 hours of group Tuesday, Thursday, and an additional individual, does that mean 5 hours a week?
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And that schedule of 5 hours a week lasted for how long again?
16 weeks.
16 weeks?
Yes, sir, 16.
Okay. Now, were you personally meeting with Ms. Schneider during those 16 weeks?
Yes, yes, sir.
And during your therapy with her, do you feel she continued to be open and honest with you?
Oh, yes. That's one thing about our group sessions and individual sessions, about being honest in our recovery and recovery process. Yes, sir.
Were you being updated about her random drug testing?
Yes, sir. Her CPS gave me an update and kept me informed.
Were you in good communication with her CPS caseworker?
Yes, sir.
Did you have to submit updates and recommendations to that caseworker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you work with Ms. Schneider beyond those 16 weeks?
Yes, sir. Because due to the nature of the incident that occurred, I felt that Ms. Schneider could benefit from the additional 16 weeks in our program. So basically, we almost had her for a full 9 months. I felt that, like I mentioned, due to the nature of the incident that occurred, I feel that there's a possibility of relapse, so we kept her in our program for additional.
So, all told, for how long did you personally work with Ms. Schneider?
Almost 10 months, even after aftercare.
And after all that time, did you dismiss the therapy or conclude it successfully?
Oh yes, she graduated successfully, yes sir.
Okay. Now you mentioned the incident with the dogs that brought the case and the remorse. In your opinion, do you feel that Ms. Schneider was just showing remorse for your benefit or being false in some way in that regard?
Oh, not at all. No, sir. I mean, it really got pretty emotional, I guess you would say, with Ms. Schneider. So that's why I could really tell, just by working with her, that she was sincere about what took place. And, you know, I don't think this is something that she meant to happen. It's just, unfortunately, an accident or something that took place. So I don't think it's anything that she meant to happen. And this is something that she helped identify with.
Did Ms. Schneider successfully listen to you and complete the goals you set out for her?
Yes, her treatment goals, she did complete all her treatment goals about coping strategies, stressor, anger management, parenting classes, everything that she went through, she graduated successfully.
All right. Would you consider her to be, I guess, a good client of yours, a very good client?
I'll be honest with you, sir, during our group sessions, a lot of the other clients in our groups, they looked at Mr. Schneider as role models in that group. And so, like I mentioned, it was Ms. Schneider and her partner, they had a lot to bring to the table, I guess, due to their incidents. You know, so being compassionate about, you know, what's going on in the recovery, it really hit home to a lot of people in our group sessions.
Okay, did you, in your group sessions, do you feel that Ms. Schneider was trying to be a positive influence on the others?
Oh, for sure. Yes, sir, she was actually.
And why would you say that?
Because even after some of our programs, we gather all our clients, we bring them to our facility here. Matter of fact, let's say back in November, we had a spaghetti dinner where a lot of the clients reached out and talked to each other, and they even continue to reach out for support with each other, what's going on in their lives. So, which I thought was very positive for a lot of the members of the groups. Abilene had put forward and helped a lot of participants out.
I'll pass the witness to
Dr. Van Blair, am I pronouncing that right?
I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Is your microphone?
It should be. Dr. Van Blair, is that right?
Oh, no, not Dr. Van Blair.
All right. Oh,
Yes,
Mr. Van Blair. All right, sir. You were referred this case from the Department of Family and Protective Services, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, when you receive a case from the department, what sort of documentation and background information are you providing?
It's pretty much about what took place, what occurred due to open CPS or open CPS investigation. So I pretty much get what they call a 2062, give me a little history on the client or something.
2062, what does a 2062 contain?
It's pretty much the history of the client and what took place, their background, what kind of criminal charges are ending or any criminal charges at all. Sometimes it's just a CPS investigation.
All right, so you were given this case pursuant to the department's case involving the children of Ms. Schneider and Mr. Moreno, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so you're aware that this the CPS case opened back in 2021, right?
Yes, sir.
May 17th of 2021.
Sir.
Did you receive documentation of why this case was opened in the first place?
Yes, sir.
All right, what was that?
The reason why the case was opened the first time, for the reason is that I guess after the incident occurred, they was been incarcerated. So after they've been released, they came forth and saying that methamphetamine was tested and they tested positive.
Well, sir, the incident we're talking about, the incident we're here for today, happened in February of 2023.
Okay.
All right, so that was about 2 years after this case was initially opened.
Okay. Well, they didn't give me any. I'm sorry, my correction, sir. They didn't give me any history upon what took place, I guess you would say.
Okay.
My apologies.
Well, were you given information about the drug history of these two, well, of Ms. Schneider in particular, since that's who we're talking about, with regard to this CPS case?
Yes, sir.
All right, so were you made aware that when this case was initially opened, the department believed that there was a meth lab at that home?
To my knowledge, it did not say that in the 2062, sir.
Okay. Did the 2062 contain the department's concerns that there were aggressive animals in that home back in 2021?
No, sir. According to the 2062, they didn't say anything about aggressive animals.
Yes, sir. Did the 2062 contain information that Ms. Schneider and Mr. Moreno were giving marijuana to their 14-year-old and another child?
I believe the 2062 just mentioned something about substance use like that, yes.
Sure. Did the 2062 contain information that back at that time, these two individuals were running what was called a drive-through?
No, sir, the 2062 didn't mention nothing like that.
Did it mention anything about them selling narcotics?
No, sir.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Suckers,
Second judge. Just briefly, I wanted to ask you, I represent Mr. Chris Moreno. Just wanted to ask you if Mr. Moreno was present with his wife during her sessions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
redirect.
Yes, Judge, I do. Dr. Van Larkham,
You said
So-
it's not an offer.
sorry. Mr. Van Larkham, sir, those questions you were receiving just now from the prosecutor about various allegations of CPS, none of those were included in the facts you received from the Department of Family and Protective Services in your referral, correct?
Correct. I think it was only due to the incident that is for this proceeding right now. And I think that's the only thing that I received the 2062 on.
And the 2062 you're referring to is the referral that not only includes your I guess your contract with CPS, but as well includes the cause for the case, correct?
Right, they like I said, both parents was drug tested and tested positive at the time for methamphetamines. And this is how they do the referral for an evaluation.
Okay, I'll pass it, Mr.
No additional questions, Jeff?
Nothing else, Ross?
May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Thank you, sir, you're excused.
Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, if you have more witnesses, can you bring them inside this room?
We do.
Just adjust the chairs as much as you can. Scoot it up, and then this moves. You can move it to your mouth closest.
That's good. That's good.
Good afternoon, sir. Hi. Can you please introduce yourself to the judge? Tell us your name.
My name is Mario Cardona, Sr.
And can you spell your last name for the court reporter?
Cardona.
And Mr. Cardona, how are you related to my client, Abilene Schneider?
I'm her dad.
And you raised her, is that correct?
That's correct.
And have you known her most of her life then, sir?
Yes.
Had you been around Abilene and her dogs in the past?
Yes.
Have they ever shown aggression towards you?
Nope.
Were you surprised that this had happened with the dogs?
Yes, I was.
Has Abilene expressed sorrow and remorse for what happened in this case to you?
Yes, she has.
In fact, as a result of this case, it opened an investigation with Child Protective Services into Abilene, didn't it?
Yes.
And she ultimately, for a period of time, lost custody of her children, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And through that, she had to participate in services and like we heard about earlier, to address her drug addiction issues perhaps and other classes that she had to take for CPS.
Yes.
And she successfully completed that, didn't she?
Yes.
Would you be supportive of Abilene? You know that Abilene's applying for, she's asking the judge to give her probation in this case. Would you be supportive of Abilene if the judge was to grant her application and give her probation in this case?
In every way I could, yes.
And would you encourage her to comply with any conditions that Judge Meza would put on her if Judge Meza saw fit to give her probation in this case?
Yes, I would.
And Abilene has 4 children, is that correct?
Yes.
And can you tell the judge why you think probation would be appropriate for your daughter?
She's a good person. She's kind-hearted. She helps people. She helps kids sometimes that have problems, friends of her daughter or sons. She is a good person. She loves animals. She loves kids.
And Abilene didn't finish high school, is that correct?
That's correct.
She finished about the 11th grade?
Yes.
Do you think that she does the best that she can with the information that she's given?
Yes.
And do you feel like since this incident and the counseling that she's been through, that she's a different person today than she was in February of 2023?
Yes, I do believe that. I believe she's smarter now than ever, knowing she's learned from mistakes.
Do you have anything else you'd like to say to the judge?
No.
Thank you. I pass the witness room.
Yes, and briefly on redirect. Good afternoon, Mr. Cardona.
Yes.
Now, I believe you stated that you are Abilene Snyder's father.
Stepdad.
Or stepdad, fair enough. Can you tell the court where you live?
Where I live?
Yes, sir.
I live at 15365 Cartwright Trail, San Antonio, Texas, 78253.
Okay, so that's not on Depla Street.
No.
Have you ever lived on Depla Street?
No.
Okay. Your relationship with Abilene Snyder and Christian Moreno, would you say that you are close to them?
Yes, she's my daughter.
Did you ever visit them during the periods of 2019, 2020 through 2023 at the Depla address?
Yes.
Would you say you were there a few times or many times?
Few.
A few. The few times that you were there, sir, what do you remember about their fence?
They always had it closed.
Always had it closed. Was there any obvious defects to the fence as far as you recollect?
No.
And you're sure about it?
Well, most of the time they would go there. I mean, I have a fence, and you see my fence is worse than theirs.
What about their dogs? Did they always have dogs during the course of those 3 years or 2 years?
Yes.
Were the dogs constantly getting loose, to your knowledge?
Don't know.
Did you ever see them tethered or tied up or in cages or anything?
No.
Okay. Now, Mr. Cardona, you testified a little bit earlier with Ms. Chacon, the defense attorney, that you were aware of the CPS case that arose out of this case in 2023. Fair to say?
Somewhat, not a lot.
Fair enough. Are you aware that there was also an investigation from CPS that continued through 2023 that came about in the year 2021?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Now, regarding Ms. Snyder's children, or all the kids involved in this family, what is your relationship like to those children?
I'm grandpa. I love them and they love me.
Fair enough, so you get along?
Very, very good.
Do they get along with you?
Yes.
In the event that Kristen Moreno and Abilene Snyder were sentenced to prison, would those kids stay with you?
If the law would permit, yes. We would love to have them.
Fair enough, so these kids would not be, I guess, what would be the term? I'm thinking in Spanish, but I'm trying to translate it to English. It would be, the word would be the term, not watched after, right? They would be looked after.
Sure.
Oh, and I guess one final question, Mr. Cardona. Obviously, since you are Ms. Snyder's father, for all intents and purposes, right? You obviously don't want to see her get in trouble.
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Cardona. The state has no further questions.
Thank you.
Redirect?
I have no further questions.
Nothing, Judge.
Thank you, starting my stuff back.
That's it.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome.
Got some new knees.
towards you?
No,
Had you ever seen them act in an aggressive manner?
no,
Were you surprised that this had happened?
yes,
Has Abilene expressed sorrow and remorse for what happened in this case to you?
very much.
And are you someone that would be supportive of her if she was granted probation by the judge?
Of course,
If she needed any assistance completing any classes or programs or condition of probation, would you be there to help her with that?
very much.
And you know she was involved in a child protective services case?
Yes,
And you know she had to do a significant amount of work in that case, is that correct?
yes, she worked real hard for it.
Do you feel like she learned from the things that she had to do in the child protective case?
Yes, she did.
Have you seen a change in Abilene since the incident in February of 2023?
Very big change.
And what would you like to tell the judge about the change you've seen in your friends since that time?
I feel like they've grown from it. Everyone makes mistakes. You know, it was just an accident. They weren't home. I know they didn't mean for any of this to happen. They have their kids and they love their kids very much.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell the judge?
No.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
And may I please support? Briefly, Ms. Garza, on redirect. You said you were a friend of the couple, of Christian Moreno and Abilene Smiley.
Yes, that's
How long
correct.
have you known them?
Let me see. Oh, we went to high school together, so it's been it's been a long time. Probably over 10 years.
Okay.
For sure.
Do you know they live on Depot Street?
Yes.
Did you ever visit them there?
Yes, I did.
Do you live on Depot Street?
No, I don't.
Okay. How many times since 2020, 2019 would you say you have visited them at that address on Depot Street?
Not many. Probably about 5 or a little bit less. But yeah, I've been over there. I've been over there with my my 3-year-old at the time. She was 3.
Okay, so 5 times in about 2 or 3 years.
Yes.
Okay, now were those 5 times in the same time frame or across those years?
And around the same time frame. Yeah, I would go see them.
Okay, when you visited that house on Depot, what was the status of their fence?
It was closed when I saw it.
Did you see any obvious defects on the fence?
No.
And are you sure about that?
Yes.
Okay. What about their dogs? Did they own dogs when you attended?
Yes, they did.
I believe you testified to defense counsel they were never aggressive towards you.
No, they weren't.
Did you ever see the dogs in cages?
No.
Did you ever see them tied up or harnessed or anything along those lines?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Garza. We pass it over to you.
I have a question for you, too.
Oh, sorry. That I was done.
My name is Ed Garcia.
Okay.
Jorge and I represent Christian. What high school did you all go to together?
Medina Valley.
Right, and you all graduated about when?
I didn't get to finish there, no.
Okay. What about, was Abilene also a Medina Valley kid?
Yeah, she was, but she was just in another higher grade than me.
Higher
so,
grade than you?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said that you've known, I guess, have you known Christian longer than you've known Abilene?
I have, yes.
And you became aware at some point in time that they were married and had children?
Yes.
And from your observations of them as a couple, would you describe Christian as a good father?
Yes, he's a very good father.
And a good husband?
Yes. He loves his family very much.
Thank you very much.
I have another question, Judge.
Okay, yeah, you can start now. Thank you.
Sylvia Sterna.
Good morning. Please introduce yourself to Judge Mesa.
Sylvia Sterna.
And Sylvia, how do you know Abilene and Christian?
They were neighbors to my mom.
And who's your mother?
Angelina Ramirez, goes by Miss Angie to them.
So her home was, if you're looking at Abilene and Christian's home on Bepla at the time, your mother's home was to the right.
To the right.
Okay. And unfortunately, your mother has passed away, right?
Yes.
Why did you want to testify today on their behalf?
Because Chris and Abby, they've always been there to help my mom, even when she was sick. And their children also, they helped my mom so much. They, like my mom would get the trash out, she would come walking with the trash and the kids would come, no, Miss Angie, we'll take it out for you. And they would take it out for her. They would help her with anything. They would break her leaves. They, one time, came to my mom's house because I would visit her a lot. I would go during my lunch break, and also I would go after work and stay with her. And one time, it was before Christmas, I saw there was lights on the tree. I said, Mom, how did you get those lights on the tree? She goes, oh, Abby and Chris put them up for me. Or, you know, they weren't even her lights, they were their lights. You know, they put them up for her. They helped my mom so much, and their kids are so respectful. They would always come hug my mom when I would bring her from, like I would take her to the store or anything. They would run to her and say, Miss Angie, how you doing? And they would hug her and kiss her. And the first time I saw that, I said, Mom, who are those? Who are they? She says, oh, they're the neighbor's kids. I go, oh, wow, that's nice of them, you know, just to come and hug her, because she treated them, she welcomed them when they came into the neighborhood. She just took them in like they were her own, you know. She treated them so nice, and they were so nice to my mom. They helped her a lot. They're good people, but the way they're portraying her, or them, Abby and Chris, the other neighbors, they don't know the whole story. It's a lot the other neighbors have done ever since they started living there. They would call the police for every little thing. And my mom loved Mr. and Mrs. Janie and Ramon so much. She was torn between both of them, both her friends, her best friend, her good friends, and her good neighbors. She was torn. Sometimes she felt it was her fault. I told Mom, no, it's not your fault. It's not your fault. It's so unfortunate that this happened. And I feel so bad for both families. Both families. Janie and Ramon were good friends. And Chris and Abby were so good to her as well, and vice versa.
As you said, your mother was also close with the Nahara family, correct?
Yes, very close.
I believe you were at your mother's property often, correct?
Yes.
And what's your impression of Abilene and Christian's dogs when you were there?
Well, when I would go there, he was behind the fence. Like when I would go during lunchtime, he would bark at me. And I said, I would tell him, what are you barking at? It's just me, you know, I come every day. But then he would say, you know, he wouldn't bark anymore. He was just barking. I think he was protecting my mom's house or something, because I just feel that he protected her home. Or I don't know what the dog, the gender of the dog, but I just always went in and out during lunchtime because I worked near my mom's house, and I always visited my mom.
Did your mother ever report to you having a problem with those dogs?
No.
I pass the witness.
What was your relationship with Michael Ramirez?
Michael's my nephew.
Michael's your nephew, okay. Is that through a sister or a brother?
My brother.
Where was Michael living back when this happened?
At my mom's house.
Remember him getting hurt in this attack as well?
Yes.
What happened to him?
He got bit on the hand.
How long did it take him to recover from that?
Not long. He just kept putting medicine on him that they gave him, and then it healed.
Pass it over, sir.
redirect.
Got no questions, John.
No questions, Judge.
Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Sarah Cardona.
This way and go up the stairs and outside.
Good afternoon, Ms. Cardona. Can you hear me from back there?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Sarah Cardona, S-A-R-A. First name, last name is Cardona, C-A-R-D-O-N-A.
And how are you related to Abilene Schneider, my client?
I'm her mom.
So you've known Abilene her whole life?
Oh, yes.
And had you ever been around Abilene's dogs?
Yes.
Have they ever been aggressive towards you personally?
No.
Were you surprised when this incident happened in February of 2022?
Very.
Was Abilene upset by it?
Yes.
Has she been remorseful and felt guilty over it?
Yes, she has.
Do you think that it has affected her?
Yes.
Do you think that she understands that other people were tragically affected by it?
Yes.
You know that she is asking that the judge grant her application for probation in this
Yes, ma'am.
case. Would you be supportive of her in that endeavor if the judge
Yes,
grants?
I would.
If the judge ordered her to comply with conditions of probation, would you help her in any way possible to fulfill those conditions?
Yes, I would.
And you know that she had a CPS case where her children were removed as a result of this incident, correct?
Yes.
And she completed a plan of service, as they call it, on that case.
Yes,
Is
ma'am.
that right?
Mhm.
Do you feel like she learned something from
Yes.
the classes?
Yes.
Did she learn something from the counseling that she had?
Yes.
Have you seen a change in your daughter since
Yes,
she...
I have a big change.
And what would you like the judge to know about Abilene as she's considering Abilene's application for probation?
She would do it. She's very smart. She's very kind-hearted. She's very loving. She's always calling me, checking on me. She'll do it. And she'll have us, we'll help her as much as we can.
I pass the witness, Judge.
Yes, Your Honor, may it please the court. Ms. Cardona, very briefly on redirect, if I may. You are Abilene Snyder's mom?
Yes.
Are you also the mother of Mario Cardona?
Yes.
Were you ever made aware, ma'am, of an incident where Kristen Moreno pointed a gun at Mario's chest?
Yes.
So that happened?
Well, I saw it on the TV.
You saw it on the TV?
Well, yeah.
So that means you've been watching the proceedings?
Well, yeah.
Okay, so you were not supposed to do that according to the rules.
Oh, I'm sorry.
If you were going to be a witness.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, Jesus.
But we'll move on, Judge. We'll keep going.
You?
Okay, so, Ms. Cardona, what is your relationship like to the children?
My children?
No, the Abilene Snyder's children.
Oh, they love us. They're always calling me, checking on me, and I pick them up from school and I take them home. I have a close relationship with them.
Okay, so in the event that Kristen Moreno and Abilene Snyder went to prison, would they stay with you?
Yes.
And I was trying to remember a word earlier that I used. It was in my mind in Spanish and I couldn't think of it. You weren't here for that, so I'm kind of rambling. But the word I was looking for was forsaken. The children would not be forsaken, right? They would be looked after. By you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Now, defense counsel asked you about knowledge about CPS investigations resulting out of this case. Are you aware that there was also an investigation that started in 2021 and carried through all the way to 2023?
Yes.
Involving your daughter?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cardona. We pass the witness.
We have no questions, Judge.
We have no further questions. You may step down.
I'm sorry.
Judges to Ms. Adeline Schneider, the defense rests.
To Christian Moreno, do you have any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor, just a proffer.
Go ahead.
Is that now? Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, if Ms. Natalie Morales were to take the stand, she would have testified as follows. She goes by Sky. When she was about 7 years old, Your Honor, she was living with her youngest
Based on our conversation at the bench, I'm going to leave both sides of the record open until I get all of the evidence. Is there any other live witnesses that you want to call at this time?
No.
No.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you all prepared to do your closing arguments? I can give you a brief break to do your closing arguments.
Stay and be ready, Your Honor.
Defense 2, Your Honor.
Let's take a quick break. Let's reconvene in about 15 minutes so that we can do closing. How much time do you need?
Judge, if the state could ask for 30, I can probably give you some back.
Same here, Judge.
20 minutes max.
We each have
Thank you, Judge. This is a story not only about the negligent care of my client with his dogs, the tragedy of having a beautiful life lost in such a horrible manner, of having his wife also damaged, mauled, and other people as well. This is a story about what happens in a certain part of this city, in certain environments, and how law enforcement handles situations involving animals that are not always kept behind a fence and that bite people. We cannot tell this story without talking about animal control, Judge. Animal control services. It would be wrong on so many levels. Homeowners in this part of town, Judge, like my client and his wife, ordinarily don't have money to get security systems, to get dogs. That's their protection. It's part of the culture. And to get dogs that are strong enough and are able to give enough of an appearance to ward off criminals. This is how they protect their property, Judge. Many of these folks, like my client and his wife, don't have money to live like ordinary middle class people do, Judge. They're poor. They also have limited education, so that the amount of information that we ordinarily expect of the average citizen in our community is not something they know about. Day to day, they have families. They look for work. They try and stay above water. There's testimony that my clients didn't have power at their house for periods at a time. They weren't staying there either sometimes. The dogs were left there. This not only reflects to some degree a negligence when it comes to the animals, but it also reflects a lifestyle. This is how some people live, Judge. And this is understood, in this case, in an area of town we call the West Side. My client and his wife were not the only ones that kept these dogs. We know that other neighbors, including one close by, had other pit bulls. The pit bull has become a fixture, if you will, a sign of, among other things, security for some families. These are the dogs that were kept by my client and his family. You never heard testimony, Your Honor, that these dogs ever attacked their owners. There were children around these dogs. These dogs were family dogs. I cannot tell you the reason why this happened that day, except that there was some very similar conduct in at least 2 years before the incident where these dogs had bitten other people. However, the city is linked to this whole tragedy for the simple reason that they were tasked not only with a job of impounding dogs, but also with protecting the community, which is what they failed at. And that was part of the MO pretty much, Judge. They weren't concerned with that. They were worried about taking the dog in, and on occasion, they would spay and neuter female or male dog and would return them. We know that because in this case, these dogs were impounded, or at least some of the dogs, but that belong to this family, were impounded 3 times before the fatal incident. 3 times, Judge. And we have a pretty good idea of the kind of damage these dogs did to individuals that were lucky enough to walk away. Serious injuries, Judge. Animal control. I mean, where do I start? The state did its best to try and present a picture of an understaffed, undermanned agency. You know, 4 different, I guess, investigative officers on bites, I think it was, or something to that something of that nature. 4 such offices for a city as large as San Antonio, wow. We were understaffed. We didn't have the manpower to handle and take care of the community. You know, Judge, if this would have been a situation involving a phone call that's missed, or, you know what, we lost our operator, you know, she changed jobs, or we haven't been able to hire help to get on the phone and receive phone calls, that's one thing. But there was a 2-year relationship with Animal Control Services. They impounded the dogs 3 times. So they had the time, the manpower to impound dogs. But they never took the time to follow up on what should have been done to protect the community. That just didn't happen. And the reason it didn't happen is because it was not part of the structure. They have these basically makeshift grades of bites, bite severity. You have mild, you have, I think, serious and severe, and I forget because these change depending on who testified and when from animal control. You know, severe was just more serious than moderate was. So that was the type of bite that required them to actively seek an affidavit. The next conundrum in this whole process, an affidavit that is required under the municipal code, which is an extension of the health and safety code, in order to begin a judicial process by which a court, generally a municipal court, determines that the dogs are dangerous, and therefore a whole new set of rules are judicially imposed. And those rules come from the code, the municipal code, 5-77, and I'll go quickly over what these requirements are, Judge. It expands on the language of Texas Health and Safety Code 822.042B, requiring that the dangerous dog, because of course this is after a court determines they're dangerous. Because in Texas, as I learned, and I didn't know, found out, it's legal to own a dangerous dog. It's just that the only way you can do that is if you follow the regulations, which are extremely strict, expensive, Judge, and overly restricted in terms of notice, checking the house before the dog is released in cases where they meet all these requirements. One, let's look at these. Dangerous dogs should at all times wear a collar approved by the department visible at 50 feet so that the dog can be identified as a dangerous dog. The department is authorized to charge the dog owner a fee to cover the cost of the collar, money. Expands on Texas Health and Safety Code 822.042B by requiring that the dangerous dog must be kept in an enclosure as defined in section 5-1 of the municipal code. A structure to prevent an animal from being able to run at large. That's a definition. Enclosure means a house or a building, or in the case of a fence or structure, pen. The fence or structure pen must also have a minimum dimensions of 5 feet by 10 feet, minimum dimensions. The fence or structure pen must form an enclosure suitable to prevent entry of young children and must be locked and secured such that an animal cannot climb, dig, jump, or otherwise escape of its own volition. The enclosure shall be securely locked at all times. The structure pen must have secure sides to prevent the dangerous animal from escaping from the enclosure. The structure pen shall provide protection from the elements for the dangerous animal. Notwithstanding the fence height restrictions of section 6-2, the animal care officer shall have the right to require that the fence be higher than the 6 feet, which is the minimum to require in height. To require a secure top and or bottom be added to the structure pen if the need is demonstrated. These additional requirements shall be based upon the type of animal to be kept in this enclosure and its anticipated ability to escape. And we know from testimony that this was done, because testimony was clear from the 2 witnesses that testified in February and April that there are dangerous dogs. that are kept under these conditions. Because I was incredulous. I didn't think it was possible to do this unless you got a lot of money, and we learned from testimony that it does happen. The owner also requires the dangerous dog to present to the department a certificate of public liability. That's $100,000, Judge, in coverage for any injuries caused by the dangerous dog. The insurance shall be kept in effect continuously and shall not be canceled unless the dog is no longer kept by the insured owner. Additional requirement, when the dangerous dog is taken outside the enclosure, it shall be kept secured by a sturdy leash of maximum 4 feet in length and maintain muscle in a manner that will not cause injury to the dog or interfere with its vision or respiration. The department is authorized to charge the dog owner a fee to cover the cost of the leash, money. It also adds that the owner shall post no less than 2 signs on his or her premises warning that there is a dangerous dog on the property. The sign shall be visible and capable of being read from the public street or highway. In addition, the department shall issue a uniform dangerous dog similar decal. Here's an official one, Judge. Understandable by small children, which shall be made available at cost to the public, adding such symbol and where decal must be displayed on or about the sign. If the dog does not have a registered microchip, the owner shall authorize the department to impose one. At the owner's expense, money, the dangerous dog must be spayed or neutered either by the department or at the discretion of the department by a veterinarian approved by the department prior to being released back to its owner. It's the only thing they did, Judge. And that was negotiated, so it was too expensive for the family. They contacted my client's wife and said, come get your dog. Can you pay $700? There's no way. And she was ready to let him go, Judge. But I believe that her daughter or her children loved their dogs, they wanted them back. So she went back there and they bartered, Judge. And she was able to pay what she could afford and get the dogs back. But something else happened that was, I would say, criminal, Judge, on the part of animal control. They represented to her that spaying and neutering would be all they needed to do to get the dogs back, which effectively told them, absent any of this information, this is all you need. Take your dogs back, and you'll be fine. And that's how my client understood it. And anybody in her position, Judge, from her background and experience, would have understood that. And that's what happened here. The city went out of its way to affirmatively misrepresent what was necessary to make sure the community was safe. That's what they did when they did that. Oh, the owners must complete a class on responsible pet ownership conducted by an organization approved by the department within 2 months after the determination. And finally, the owner must allow an annual inspection of the residence where the dog is kept in order for the department to verify continued compliance with requirements 1 through 10 of this section. More frequent inspections may be conducted in response to specific complaints regarding non-compliance with this section. Here's the other thing. Before the dogs are released, on the assumption that all this is about to take place, the officers from the Animal Control Service must go to the place to make sure that everything has been complied with. The most that we heard was told to Ms. Schneider in this case was, well, you know, try and keep them with a collar and make sure you tie them up. You know, that's not enough. Our expert testified that you cannot leave compliance regarding your own pets to the owners. You can't. Dog owners will do what they think they should do because they love their pets. It's universally understood, I believe, but it's actually a finding by our expert. You can't leave it up to them. So, with this history, Judge, the dogs go back to their home, and 2 weeks later, we have a tragedy. And so, additional problems with what we heard, and it must be said, Animal Control Services, Your Honor, did only one thing. They did it repeatedly. They took dogs, kept them for 10 days, and then returned them. When you hear them talk about their standards, if you can call them that, you learn several things about this organization. One is that there were no standards. or any kind of structure or directions within the department to ensure that an affidavit, which was necessary as per the ordinance, to ensure that that affidavit was completed. Ms. Adeline Schneider, Schneider. I'm sorry, Ms. Snowden, the officer from the Animal Services testified. She had her own version of how this worked. In so many words, she said, well, the bites weren't serious enough, so we didn't need an affidavit. When Mr. Shannon Sims, the recently departed director who left after 2.5 years as a director, he took an early retirement, Judge. When he testified, he said that he was the person in charge of determining if there was going to be a process to determine through the court system the dangerousness of the dogs. But what did he say? He basically said, nobody brought me the affidavit. So we go from not needing to do the affidavit to, well, I never got it. That is the hole, Judge. That is the void. That's what was never done by the department. To add insult to injury, Judge, even assuming that this process would have been followed, because in their own interpretation of the statute, it's actually laughable. They decided on their own, even though there's no guidelines, nothing written, something that came from the city attorneys, been done this for 10 years. When I asked Mr. Sims, he talked about how the process itself of determining the type of bite, it's something they've been doing for years. There's nothing in writing, there's no standards, really. Ms. Snowden testifies you need 3 bites before anything's done as far as proceeding with the affidavit. That's interesting because the 3rd bite here was fatality. Somebody had to die before somebody considered filing an affidavit. But here's the other problem. They interpret the person necessary to fill out this affidavit as the victim or a witness to the incident. They just made it up, Judge. It's not in the ordinance. And our expert testified, that's not what the ordinance says. A person prepares the affidavit, and somebody with the authority to notarize it then does that. That's all that had to be done. The people that were injured were visited by animal control. They were there, I would say, for at least an hour, taking a report, taking pictures. They did all that. They just didn't do the affidavit, even after seeing the type of injury. That's because there was somebody else tasked within the office with doing that. But we don't know who they are. And they just didn't do it. That is their interpretation of how the system was supposed to work. And they did it all with a straight face, Judge. When you consider in its totality the circumstances under which my client and his wife lived, their environment, their past experiences, and the fact that animal control had full knowledge of what was going on in this particular case, and I'm sure it happens everywhere. But there's been other fatalities too, Judge, but I can't speak exactly as to what happened there. We cannot separate the role of animal control with what happened in this case. My client has admitted his negligence. He should have done more. With his limited resources, there's evidence he was trying to patch up that fence as best he could. It's the best that he could do, Judge. He couldn't afford new fence. It's the best that he could do. And nobody was there to make him do anything different. And he should have been. That's the problem. Somehow, it's what the state has done here. Go for the low-hanging fruit, Judge. Who's going to care if we prosecute them? How many people from animal control were prosecuted? What kind of investigation was launched to see if they were criminally negligent, Judge? Nobody. Nobody at all. In fact, we on the defense side had to dig out this information and realize what really happened here. Because in the ordinary sense, this would have been a situation where, well, you just didn't keep your dog the way you should have. You know, there's a history of this type of negligence. And so you gotta just say, sorry, you didn't mean it. That's the one-dimensional version of this case, but there's a long history here, Judge. We know that dead dogs can kill people. There is no question that at any point in time, that any of the dogs that were impounded from his family were taken by animal control. Given the severity of and we didn't even have to go into the other bites, Judge. We only used the most recent one with the expert. That alone on its own, based on the expert's experience and the manner in which the law is applied in other areas of the country, which is pretty regular, including Texas, Judge, that would have required the judicial proceeding to begin with the affidavit, and it was not done. That one incident was enough to get it done. And so what the state is doing is, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they return the dogs, because you still have a responsibility to take care of those dogs. Interesting. My clients were charged with the version of the statute that requires negligence to be proved, but not the dangerous dog version, Judge. These dogs were dangerous. And I don't like to say it because they're my clients' dogs. But they never charged it because to do so would have required them to admit that the dogs were dangerous, which would have required automatically to assume and admit that they should have been put through the process to determine through the judicial system that they were dangerous. If those dogs would have gone through that process, Judge, they would have been euthanized. There's no way this couple would have been able to afford that. All the requirements. I mean, who can, really? It's not only a matter of money, it's a matter of attention. Who really can spend the time to do all this to keep dangerous dogs? I mean, this thing is designed in such a way where it's just not feasible to keep a dangerous dog, Judge. It's too difficult. And what the state has done is charged our clients with the negligence version, which does not mention dangerous dog. That's interesting. As if the dangerous dog, the whole issue, though, the whole subject of dangerous dog doesn't belong in this case, but it's at the center, it's at the heart of this case. And it's the reason why we brought forth this evidence with animal control, because there's a huge story behind this. The animals were dangerous. But all the state has to do is prove negligence. And oh my God, somebody died. So we got a 2 to 20 and they figure, well, it's a gruesome death, injury to others. Of course it's going to take care of itself. You were negligent, somebody died. That's what they did. They selectively picked the statute that was easy to prove with disastrous consequences. The 2 to 20 rape range offense for the death of Mr. Nakada and the serious injuries to his wife. That's what they did. And they want us, they actually are going to argue, I assume, that none of this is relevant, Judge, with a straight face. None of that matters, Judge, because they were supposed to take care of the dogs and get the fence the right way they should have been done. If you look at the pleadings, they alleged that there were defects in the fence, one of which was the height of the fence. What height was necessary to keep a dangerous dog? Well, at least 6 feet, Judge. They didn't have that. Did they know to do that? Nobody told them. An enclosure, and I won't bore you with the details, the concrete part under it so the dogs don't dig under, everything, this thing's like a security house. That was not what they had. But that was not expected of them. And nobody ever told them to do that. Just kind of leash your dog. And by the way, we're going to throw in, a spay and neutering, and you pay so much the 3rd time, and you'll be fine. Somebody at the front desk told them this, Judge. This is the lack of regard and care that this organization had for the community. And Judge, don't take it from me. Testimony came in here from several different witnesses who are extremely passionate, frustrated, some surprised. Ms. Aviles, and I knew who she was because she was in a lot of recordings, and she was complaining in the recordings that we got in Discovery. In Spanish, her dog was attacked, and she would call the time, and they never showed up. They never did anything. She learned, apparently, from when I told her about what had to be done with dangerous dogs, she said, she opened her mouth, I didn't know that. I didn't know that there was a process.
that has to be followed. She had no idea. You know, she's like, and she said that our clients were guilty, and they are, Judge. We're negligent. But she had no idea that animal control did nothing, and they could have done so much. They ignored her calls. Another lady came in and said that at least, I think somebody said 200 times, am I right? Somebody did. Somebody said 20 for sure. That they just wouldn't pay attention, Judge. They were ignored. That's what happened. And Miss Avila said it. She was careful to express herself. She didn't want to get political. She said, I felt discriminated. She was, Judge, like everybody else was here. West Side, these people have their dogs all over the place. They have a whole bunch of pit bulls. Who cares? Who cares? We have the money and the time to take them in and pound them, keep them from 10 days, and then we give them back. It's all for show, Judge. At least that's the way they ran this office. The moment they had those dogs the third time, and the history shows, and it supports the charge for negligence because the dogs were roaming. But at the point at which they had these dogs the third time, Judge, nobody had died. We wouldn't be here, those dogs would have been destroyed. And that's why it's important to mention to the court the level of culpability that this organization had and how it's part of this case. My clients were guilty. My client was guilty of negligence. There's no question. That's not the whole story. The city of San Antonio had an obligation, and they enabled this to happen by releasing the dog three times. They enabled it because they let people think this is enough. This is all we have to do. It's not like that doesn't happen. People have limited economic resources, Judge. Limited education. My client is working at Amazon now. He's been trying to make things happen for his family. He got his GED. You know, he didn't finish high school. He's a working man. He's got a spotty record, no question about it. But there's nothing to suggest that this man is cruel or that anything that happened was intended, Judge. In fact, they had a really good relationship with a neighbor where this couple, this beautiful couple came to visit. They knew them. And the dogs did what they did, Judge. This is what the story's about. It's a little wonder that the family of the deceased, his wife and the family, have filed suit in federal court, Judge. It just happens to coincide with our timing, but it's a little wonder. It's a federal lawsuit that alleges negligence and constitutional violations, Judge. There's no question that this office did not even have the training or the structure or the guidelines to carry on their duties. And it's hard to win these cases, Your Honor. We see how many cases that you win that involve civil rights, go to the Fifth Circuit and find a quick death. It's extremely difficult to win these cases. But if there's one that should win, it's this one. It's got holes everywhere. The more you dig, the more you realize there was no structure. Nobody was tasked with any jobs. Nobody ever followed up anything. And the act of returning two dangerous dogs, basically just let them loose in the community, Judge. What do you call that? I would say it's not even conscious indifference. It's cruelty, Judge. They didn't care. And we've talked about it. You think this happens in Alamo Heights? In the other parts of town where there's money? No. No, it doesn't. It happened here. This is a tale, a story that is unique to this part of town and to this family. But there's many others like them, Judge. What am I asking for? Your Honor, in assessing the punishment, which is entirely your ambit, it's your discretion. You take many things into account. You have wide discretion, Judge. This is not a civil litigation case. If it were, the concept of comparative negligence would be in play. And I haven't done torts in a while. It's comparative or contributory, where there's a percentage of negligence. Depending on who has more, somebody wins, or maybe they do, they prorate the damages, I don't know. So I'm not here to tell you to
deal with this case on its face as if it's a negligence case. But I am asking the court to consider in punishment that the concept should apply here. It was not all their fault that this happened, Judge. City of San Antonio bears the blame, and the lady who lost her husband and her family testified to that. And they're right. The city failed them. And in designing your punishment for my client, Judge, I'm asking you to consider, in terms of equity and fairness, that whatever it is my client deserves in punishment should be determined by taking into consideration the enabling, the malfeasance, the criminal conduct of the city. Because if the city would have followed the rules, forget the first 2 times, maybe just the last time, these dogs would have been dead. Dead dogs can't kill people, Judge. And it was just by a sliver, just that one moment when Abilene Schneider's daughter, we love them, we love our dogs, she went back. It's the only thing she understood, Judge. Got the dogs back. Otherwise, those dogs would have been dead. But not because they were supposed to be dead, but because my clients could not afford more. I hope, I wish that there's success for the family in this civil litigation. Because this kind of thing has been going on for a while, Judge. You read about it, about dogs biting people. And generally, it's in a certain part of town. And that's what happened here. I'm asking that you consider, Judge, whatever level of fault you can grant my client probation. He's never been sentenced to prison. He's got some problems. You know what his history is. If Your Honor feels that probation is inappropriate, then we ask whatever prison sentence you apply, Judge, that you discount in your own way the length of that sentence based on what people from animal control should have been sentenced to, because they share a great part of the blame. If not half, at the very least half. I would say it's even more than half, because they were in the position. They were the experts. They knew how this worked. They were in a position to protect the community and to advise and counsel these people on how to do things right with their dogs. They didn't even have the time to show up, Judge. They have a hand on it because they had the dogs in their possession, Judge. Those dogs were safe. The community was safe when they were in their possession, and they just turned them loose. That is a criminal act. And it's possible that nobody will ever have to face criminal charges from the office, the city of San Antonio. DA's office did not go there. They just picked on them. Low-hanging fruit, Judge. Whatever sentence you desire to impose on this man, we ask that you consider that as mitigation. That's what we're asking for. This did not have to happen, Your Honor. It did not have to happen. It's an extremely sad, tragic event. But there's a history behind it. And when you consider all the facts, we believe that a sentence, whatever sentence you want to give, Judge, should be mitigated, reduced by the amount of fault on the city of San Antonio. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. May I please report? Counsel? Judge, I'm going to do my best not to cover the same ground as Mr. Azzorolides. So I'll be looking at my notes to make sure I don't forget the main points I wanted to go over. I will begin with building on the animal control argument, since that was so well put just now. A couple things I wanted to point out is that under the statute, under Texas Health and Safety Code 822.0421, any witness can make these affidavits. It says that clearly. And I bring this up because what's become clear to me is that animal control was using the statutes and interpreting it in such a way to minimize their own work. Why? Because, as Lieutenant Snowden so clearly testified to, they were very much undermanned in an extreme way. Not only that, Judge, the use of the affidavit as a tool to reduce their work comes in addition to their interpretation of this severity of a bite being necessary to trigger the dangerous dog process. Judge, when you review the statute, severity of the bite is not in there at all. Okay? This is a situation that could have been easily determined on any of these investigations, but as I alluded to earlier with Lieutenant Snowden, she's throwing up her hands. She's saying, what are we supposed to do? We only have 4 people for the city who are their bite investigators to get these affidavits that they deem required for them to move on this dangerous dog process, which once again I suggest is not required under the statutes. But only 4 for the whole city. And Lieutenant Snowden says, we only have 44 people in our field office total. What are we to do? Judge, we have alleged, and we had pretrial hearings alleging this is governmental outrageous conduct, but as I've come to learn, this wasn't a one-time thing. This wasn't a common pattern. This was animal control's day-to-day reality. As I believe Lieutenant Snowden, and perhaps Director Sims when he testified, said, we have 300 calls a day. What do you want us to do? It's that attitude that just rang out to me so clearly whenever any of the animal control officials testified. We're doing the best we can, is what they're saying. This is what we got. And here we are. And in this case, with Abilene, you heard her in her interviews with the detective that she once again said to the ACS officials after the January bite incident, where there was a negotiation from animal control saying, well, if you spay and neuter, if you spay King, we'll waive the fee. And if you neuter Snow, we'll give them back for a reduced fee. And things should be good. What prompted this conversation? Abilene asked them, what do I need to do to stop this from happening? She was begging them, tell me, please. And what did she get in return? No documents, no instruction, nothing about any of these requirements that she should be doing. Nothing at all. And here we are. Judge, this is a negligence case, as you're well aware of. Ms. Snyder has no convictions in her history. No misdemeanor convictions, no felony convictions, nothing. As you heard, she's currently under a brand new indictment that was just filed in Medina County from a November 2022 incident, which is a state jail felony. She's being alleged to have identification of 5 items or less. That is what's pending. The judge made clear, no convictions in her life, none. Also, because of this incident, of this tragedy with the Nadara family, which is just so horrific, they had a CPS case started. And Judge, a 1.5-year CPS case, I can tell you, is extreme scrutiny of the type of people Christian and Abilene are, their ability to parent, and how they live their day-to-day life. Every part of their life is dissected and put under a microscope. And should they fail in any way, the government will terminate their parental rights. No doubt about it, especially when there's a criminal case pending where prison is possible. Okay? And as you heard from their therapist, Abilene was a model client, showed remorse from the beginning, never faking it, was compliant at all times, was successful. Sounded to me, Judge, that she couldn't have been more engaged, more truthful and honest, and ultimately, as you heard, the impression of her was that she couldn't have been better, even helped the other members of the group. And what was the final order, as you will have in front of you, Judge? Christian and Abilene were made joint managing conservators of their children. Okay? However, because of the way CPS operates, the children were made to stay with grandparents because prison is a possibility in this case. And once again, Judge, reiterate, we have applied for and we are asking for a term of probation for Abilene Schneider under any terms the court deems appropriate, honestly. She would like to be there for her children and her family, and I'm suggesting to the court that getting through a CPS case under these circumstances is extremely difficult. And the fact that they did it, and weren't just made possessory conservators, but joint managing conservators, speaks volumes of their quality. Next, when I received this case and looking through all the discovery, and then again listening to the witnesses, one thing that really bothered me and I was concerned with is it seemed to me that Abilene and Christian were instantly blamed for any pit bull problems in the area, in their neighborhood. Now, I felt pretty sure that there are other pit bulls loose in that West Side area, and I was worried that Abilene and Christian, because of having poor relationships with their neighbors, they were just getting the blame no matter what. But we had, I believe, Mr. Fernando Esparza, if I'm not mistaken, came in here and testified that he was having problems with 2 loose pit bulls, which I believe he said were always loose in the street. And I said, where were those pit bulls from? He said, they're from the house with the 6-foot chain link fence with the tow truck in the front. That's where those pit bulls are at. Judge, that's the same street. It's the same street. It's just a few houses down. And in fact, I think any suggestion that Mr. Esparza doesn't know what dogs he's talking about, I think is a bit ridiculous, because the house he pointed out is the house he looks at every day, across the street from him. Across the street to the left. He sees the tow truck and that 6-foot fence with the big beware of dogs that he told the court had 2 loose pit bulls all the time that bothered him. Judge, you have the photos in front of you of that house. It looks the same as the Google map in November of 2022, which was a bit before this incident in February, but I believe the same as it looks now. It hasn't changed. It has the same sign, beware dog, the same tow truck, everything. Judge, all of those witnesses complaining, certainly much of that was true. I have no doubt about that. But not all of it. Not all of it. I believe anytime you see a dog or you see your trash can turned over, well, it had to be Abilene's dog. It got to that point. And I'm suggesting to the court that's just not the case. Critically, Judge, and I think it spoke to me volumes when Abilene and Christian's neighbor, Miss Sylvia Cerna, came and testified. Miss Angie's daughter. Miss Angie had her mother, Miss Cerna's mother, had a great relationship with Abilene and Christian. And Miss Cerna wanted to come here on her own to tell the court, in her own words, that in her opinion, the world wasn't getting the full picture of what Abilene and Christian were like. The good things that they did when no one was looking. Helping her mother, her elderly mother. Helping her with Christmas lights. Being good to her all the time. Miss Cerna said, I visited my mother often. Never had a problem with the dogs. Ever. And she may have been a neighbor interacting with the dog most of anyone you heard from. And she's not related to Abilene or Christian. And she's friends with the Naira family. You can see how this is hurting her. This situation that's been created that we find ourselves in. Judge, this case is a tragedy that I feel certain could have been avoided, but for animal control's policy and practices at the time. And most importantly, the direction they gave my client of what to do. He said, spay and neuter the dogs, it'll be fine. Put them in a harness, it'll be fine. Did they come and check her fence, the height of the fence, which is part of the requirements? No, nothing. My client felt that she was doing what she was told to the letter. That's why I think at first she had a problem with saying, this is your fault, you did this is intentional. I think what all of that is from is Abilene feels so strongly this was not intentional. She did not want this to happen to anybody. Of course not, this is awful. This was negligence. And she's acknowledged it, Judge. She's pled guilty to her role in this. But I asked the court to look at the big picture about how we got this. The type of people that they are, as you've heard from the witnesses, especially Ms. Cerna, who has, not related, just wanted to give the court the facts and grant Abilene probation. Thank you, Judge.
Steve?
Yes, Judge, and if I might have a minute to approach the TV and prepare. I do have one PowerPoint slide that I want to talk to at some point during closing, Judge. I'm going to load it up now. May it please the court, opposing counsel. Judge, at the very beginning of this trial, I told you that the state's theme of the case was summed up into a single sentence, and that is that with ownership comes responsibility. I would actually like to amend that now. After having talked to Dr. James Crosby the day that he testified over Zoom, I want to change that a little bit. I want to change it to, with ownership comes duty. Because that is something that Dr. Crosby agreed with the state about, right? Throughout the course of his work, he always emphasizes that owners have a responsibility, owners have a duty. Why? Because who better than the owner, who spends every day with the animal, to know about the animal, right? The state also said during the course of opening, before we began this punishment phase, that we believed that after everything was said and done and all the evidence was before you, the evidence would be overwhelming of not just criminal negligence, but gross criminal negligence, going on for the course of years. That there was no way that these two defendants did not know everything there was to know about those dogs that they spent every single day with, right? Mr. Aristotelides' defense counsel says that ACS was consciously indifferent. Based on everything we saw during the course of this punishment phase, the people that were consciously indifferent to the danger that these dogs pose to society, the danger that these dogs pose to their neighbors, were Christian Moreno and Abilene Snyder, and the evidence of that is overwhelming. Overwhelming. Throughout the course of the trial, Judge, we brought you every single witness that we could find and track down from that neighborhood to come in. And when we talked to them, we found out, like we kind of expected, that they were all saying the exact same thing. That all of them talked to Christian Moreno and Abilene Snyder about what was going on, that they let them know what was going on, that they were afraid of their dogs, that their dogs were always on the loose over a course of years, and they did nothing about it. Conscious indifference. In fact, some of the witnesses even said that they would be laughed at when confronted with these things. They would laugh at them. So let's talk about that. Let's look at the negligence timeline. This is, at the very least, what we know beyond a reasonable doubt that Christian Moreno and Abilene Snyder knew before the events that unfolded on February 24th of 2022. And that begins on September 11th of 2021 when David Avila was attacked by Queen, the brown pit bull, Mama of Snow, the white pit bull. And you heard from David Avila. So we know that's the first dog bite. From talking with ACS, we know that there's a 10-day quarantine that ensues thereafter, and they are released on the 11th day. So we know that on 9/22/21, Christian Moreno came to ACS and took custody of the dogs that they had impounded. That's when the quarantine ended. Now, I'm glad that the defense got into the issue of money, because that's going to be relevant. They're saying, oh, these poor pit bull owners, these poor dog owners couldn't afford reasonable care, right? They couldn't afford it. But something that I want to impress upon the court is that there's a very weird set of circumstances surrounding this case. The state of Texas was never fully able to put our thumb on it, but there's this like criminal undercurrent that is flowing throughout the course of this case that just doesn't make sense to us based on everything that we see, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that. So we know that on 9/22/21, they paid $266 to get these dogs out of custody. On 9/28/21, that is a very short time difference between that event and the second dog bite incident, which is with Fernando Esparza. Now, defense tried to cast that away, like, oh, it could have been any other dogs, and Fernando Esparza perhaps incorrectly remembered the wrong house, right? But remember also, Judge, that that event was also witnessed by Deborah Flores, who saw the man being attacked in the alleyway, and she too recognized those dogs as belonging to these defendants. And that is in fact the dog that was taken into custody by ACS when they investigated, and they responded, that being Queen, the white pit bull. That Snow, the white pit bull, like Fernando Esparza identified. So again, on 9/28/21, the second dog bite. 9/10/9/21, 11 days later, what happens? Christian Moreno once again goes to ACS on the 11th day and gets that dog out of quarantine, now paying $306 to get that dog out of quarantine. Now note, the next date is going to appear to be 1 year after. And it is true that for about a period of a year, we don't have any documented dog bites. But that is not to say that there wasn't anything going on in the neighborhood during that year. And we know that for a fact from all the calls that neighbors were still producing in that neighborhood, all the calls that ACS was receiving, as well as the evidence that David Avila provided to us from the witness stand in the form of those photographs and those videos that were dated around that time frame. So we still know that those dogs were still getting out, those dogs were still threatening people, and we have those proofs here, Judge, if I may, that goes to the knowledge of what the defendants knew at approximately that date. We have first and foremost the sign that they posted above their door saying, F y'all cops, CPS, the mayor, every caller, suck a you know what, and go to hell. That shows knowledge. We have this, the still from the video, where we very clearly see King and Snow on the loose threatening David Avila, who at that point had already been bitten, with a large chain, loose, not contained. Let's go back to the compendium of negligence. Okay. So then, we get to January 12th, 2023. That is the third dog bite incident. And we have that on camera. That was Deborah Flores, who saw it happen with her own eyes and was able to record it and provided that video to the state. The state provided it in the form of evidence. We see King and Legend on the loose attacking a man that was merely walking down Darby, not even Depla, the next street over. And then again, those dogs were taken into custody of ACS, right? And what happens? On the 11th day, the quarantine ends, and this time Adeline Schneider goes to the location and pays $427 to get them out of ACS care and custody, right? But then we see, and this is what I was talking about, the weirdness with the money and the weirdness with the situation. We know that at some point after that event, they purchased 2 cages, which they didn't use at all, but they had them. We know that they purchased at least 1 harness, which we see in the backyard, a touch to nothing. Right? But we know that for 2 months, at least, they were without electricity or running water, no utilities in the house. The house is covered in poop. It doesn't make any sense. Where are they getting the money? Why are they getting these dogs out of custody? Why are they not taking care of their fence, their property over dogs that they know are getting out and are hurting people? It's just so suspicious. We haven't been able to put our thumb on it, but it's just really strange. We do know from the testimony of Mauro Cardona that they bred these pit bulls. We know that. And then, before we jump into the events of the actual day, we were talking about cages. Let's go back to the images. So here are those cages that we talked about. But we also know that these dogs appear to have a large number of old wounds. We see them on their faces.
Objection, Your Honor, there's no evidence on the record about that.
They were healing wounds.
They're healed wounds, old wounds, we can tell. There's fresh ones where there's active bleeding, and then there's old ones. On King, we see another version here, scarring all over their faces, their ears. And on Legend, same thing. Scarring all over the ears, all over the legs. On very aggressive dogs. A little suspicious, Judge. Again, couldn't put our thumb on it, but very, very suspicious. And let me switch back to the compendium. So old healed wounds. And I propose to the judge, or to this court, that, and we're going to talk about this in a little bit. Okay, so we get to 216:23. This is when there was a really ugly fight between King and Legend. When King attacks Legend after they've been out of ACS custody, right, and they've been spayed and neutered and all that good stuff. This is an admission by the defense, by the defendant. She tells both, both times when she's talking to Detective Blanco of the SAPD homicide unit, that King attacked Legend, and it was a real nasty fight. They couldn't pull them apart. They had to implement their plan of like pouring water on them, despite these dogs being docile and not having any sort of, aggressive history. They knew how to put water on them and not get in the way. Those wounds, this is a week before, essentially, the attack on Mr. Nafia. Those wounds did not look at least a week old. Those wounds are even before then. So, if nothing else, they know that these dogs are biting each other way before that. We also hear from Abilene Schneider that Snow was showing aggression to Miss Angie, something that she had never done. And that she was being aggressive towards Morena, the puppy, whom Snow took in her jaws and began to shake as though to try to kill Morena. That's a week before, Judge, the fatal attack on Ramon Nafia. If nothing else, if they knew nothing before that point, that is already two very concerning incidents, highly concerning incidents that they should have known about, and they did know about it, they admitted to it, that could have led to the prevention of what happened on February 24th of 2023. But again, conscious indifference. Conscious indifference. And remember, when we talked to the expert, Dr. Crosby, that a female dog attacking its own puppies is highly unusual. Highly unusual. So then we get to 2/22/23. That's the night before Ramon Nafia was killed. And Abilene Schneider is telling Detective Snowden that King had been known to escape his harness that very night. That very night. And then we get to the fatal events of 2/23/23, when the dog attack results in the death of Ramon Nafia. That is the negligence timeline, and that is just appalling. Who better than the owners of these dogs who were involved in all of these incidents to know exactly what kind of dogs we were dealing with in this case? Now the defense, I think, accuses the state of jumping to the defense of animal control services in the city, but that's not the case. I think they misunderstood what we were trying to do, so I want to clarify this now. What the state was trying to say is that we agree with Dr. I keep forgetting his name, Dr. Crosby, that it is the owners that have to be held responsible, not some third party, not some understaffed, underfunded third party who doesn't live with these dogs on an everyday basis. We're not saying that ACS could have done better or could not have done better. We wish they had, honestly, right? If these dogs, those affidavits had been sought after more vigorously, perhaps, right? And these dogs had been deemed dangerous or anything along those lines, it would have made our job so much easier if this would have happened. We get accused of taking the low-hanging fruit. Judge, this is a criminal negligence case. If the dogs had been deemed dangerous, it would be a strict liability case. Essentially, what the state of Texas would have to prove at that point is, hey, are these your dogs? Yes? Great. Did they kill somebody? Yes? Great. You're guilty. That's it. Instead, we have to get into all these events and everything that they knew, right? We don't work for the city of San Antonio. We don't work for ACS. We're not their attorneys. We are prosecutors in the state of Texas. More specifically, Bexar County prosecutors. We serve at the discretion of our elected district attorney, Joe Gonzalez. Our duty is to seek justice for the people of Bexar County, for the people of this state, like the Nájeras. And that is exactly what we are trying to do in this case in the manner that we can. Because like ACS said, those affidavits were never procured. That legal determination of whether they were dangerous dog or not was never done. So we could not proceed under that second part of the statute. We had to go with what we had, which is criminal negligence. And an overabundance of it. Overabundance of it. Conscious indifference. Now I want to talk about the events that unfolded on February 23rd of 2023, Your Honor. And they bear mentioning because they are so important based on everything that we know that led up to that event. Everything that we know that led up to that event. How horrendous the event was and how preventable it would have been. Here's a number of list of things that they could have done in years of time to keep that community safe, to keep Mr. Nájera safe. First and foremost, why didn't they keep the dogs inside the house with the puppies? The puppies never got loose. As far as we know, there are no reports of puppies on the loose. They could have kept the dogs inside the house. But wait, maybe not, because they knew they were dangerous. And if they are attacking each other, perhaps if they're fighting dogs, perhaps if they're trying to kill their puppies, you can't keep them there, especially if you're trying to sell those puppies for profit because you're a dog breeder. Because there goes your profits, right? So they had to keep the dogs out of the house for the safety of those puppies. Okay, so that one gets negated, maybe. But that's something they should have known, I continue to argue. Secondly, the fence isn't high enough, you don't have enough money to repair it. Great. Okay, what about harnessing them? Right? Or muscling them. Buy a muscle, buy a harness. Tether them better. Tie them up better. Give them up. Give them over to ACS if they're costing you so much money. If you can't keep them safe, if you can't protect your own people, right, your neighborhood, all these things that they could have done as the owners of these dogs. And again, conscious indifference. They didn't care about their neighbors. They didn't care about public safety. And that is evident throughout everything that we see. And then we get to the events of February 24th of 2023. And that day, Judge, can essentially be summed up into two words. Tragedy and heroism. Tragedy and heroism. Heroes, like the firefighters who were coming back from a funeral and voluntarily took that call. And when they saw Ramon Nájera being dragged by those pit bulls, hesitated not for a second and jumped out of their vehicle, armed themselves and charged quite literally into the howling maw of danger to protect their two patients. And we have that on video. 3 grown men, burly men, firefighters of the city of San Antonio, fighting with weapons against these 2 dogs and being unable to keep them at bay. Are we expected to believe that the 2 owners of those dogs who had lived with them for years, who had seen them dragging around heavy chains, who had seen them defeat their fence, defeat their harnesses, defeat anything they tried over and over again, did not know the capabilities and the strength of those animals? That heroism that the firefighters exhibited should have never even had to come into play, because that should not have been the situation. The heroes that were EMS that arrived and tried their best to save the life of Ramon Nájera and aided Janie Nájera. But the fact of the matter is, Judge, that the heroism did not begin with the firefighters nor EMS. The heroism of that day began with Ramon Nájera himself. It really did. A Air Force veteran, a good man by all accounts, a great man. When he saw that Janie Nájera was in trouble, he too did not hesitate for a second to get out of that car and come to her aid. Something that would eventually cost him his life. And let me backtrack just a little bit, just to signify the horror of this situation. I remember when Janie was up there testifying, and she told us this in our office as well, how when she was walking back to the car, she saw that dark-colored pit bull climbing over the fence like quite literally something out of a nightmare. When she was telling me that story in my office, my mind immediately harkened to like Stephen King and Cujo, right? This dog that's like climbing over the fence to come after you. An elderly woman, like what are you supposed to do? Especially when you know that 3 grown firefighters had difficulty keeping that dog at bay. They had no chance, no chance. But Ramon Nájera and his heroics that again, just like those firefighters, should have never had to take place. 80 years old, 81, with dialysis, right? He had to get out of that car and attempt to save his wife, ultimately paying the ultimate price, his life. And I'm reminded of John 15:13, Your Honor. No greater love hath a man than to give his life for his friends, right? In this case, for his wife. Heroic, absolutely heroic, but completely unnecessary because this should not have happened. And who had the most power of anyone to keep that from happening? Christian Moreno and Abilene Snyder, who basically just showed conscious indifference for years and did nothing, not even the most reasonable thing, nothing. And this is why we're here. That's what happened. That's the totality of the case. I also want to call into light, Judge, the complete and utter lack of remorse that we have seen throughout the course of this punishment hearing, throughout the course of that interview with Detective Blanco, where every single instance that we see on this negligence timeline was easily explained away by Ms. Snyder as someone else's fault. In the same way that I would characterize the state's theme of this case as, with ownership comes duty, Ms. Snyder and Christian Moreno's theme of everything appears to be, it's always someone else's fault. And for those reasons, Your Honor, for the totality of everything that we see, even from the very beginning, the state has been upfront as to what we were seeking in this case. And we have been seeking the very maximum punishment that can be allotted, and that's 20 years. It's a 2 to 20 case, it's a second-degree felony by the law. And that's exactly what the state is asking for. 20 years, because we believe that every single one of those years is well-deserved based on everything that we see and everything that could have been done for us not to see this. The defense finally leaves it off with talking about contributory negligence and taking into account the actions of ACS. But that's not how this should work. And there's also something that I want to call out that Mr. Aristoteles brought up during the course of the cross-examination of Janie Nájera. He said, Ms. Nájera, do you think that if the city faces consequences for what happens in the form of civil consequences, do you think that it could have a chilling effect on things like this happening in the future? And she said, yes, I do. Well, you know what? The state of Texas agrees fully with that. But we have to keep in mind that that also applies to the criminal side of things. And a lot of what we do as prosecutors in that lofty goal of seeking justice is hoping to keep the community safe. And we know that one way that can come about is when there are strict consequences for the things that happen, the criminal actions of people, can also keep these things from happening again in the future. We believe that this case deserves it, Judge, and that is why the state of Texas is asking for 20 years, the maximum. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you all for your excellent presentations today. Do you have the exhibits that I need to close up the record?
Judge, we were able to obtain the court records over the break. I do need to mark them. We've shown them to the state. I believe they have no objection. It's the original removal petition with the attached affidavit, the judge's notes from each of the hearings in CPS court, and the final order that was issued in that case.
So that's defense 13.
We're requesting the complete records from February, or from September 11th of 2021 through today's date. Now we will get them to this court as quickly as they're processed.
Is that defense 13?
Yes.
Okay. I see. Any objections to defense 13, which is
None at all.
public records?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so all the weight states 89, I believe.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, states
97.
98. If you can get that to me as soon as possible, this is set for, I do have, for purposes of the record, I have both of their PSIs. Have each of you had a chance to review those?
We have.
We have, Your Honor. Yes.
This time, is there anything you want to object to or make any corrections?
Not from the state.
No.
There was just one Judge, you have,
Yes.
one thing that I saw that I don't know if it's so much consequence to the court.
I will review all of the evidence that was introduced at the punishment phase. We are set for Friday, September the 20th at 1:30 in the afternoon. Mr. and Mrs., Ms. Schneider and Mr. Moreno, that is the day of sentencing. Talk to your lawyers about what that means. You need to be prepared to execute whatever sentence I impose. With that, we're going to remain in recess. Thank you.